The Standing Finance Committee meeting shall now resume. Head 18, Ministry of Finance. Head 18, Ministry of Finance, a supplementation of $225,966,500. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister of Finance.
The Ministry of Finance is a world-class organization that implements balanced macroeconomic fiscal policies and initiatives, facilitates the expansion and diversification of the economy, ensures fiscal sustainability, and is responsible to the global environment. You were almost right. The mandate includes facilitation of revenue collection, revenue management, budget planning, formulation and promotion of national fiscal and economic policies, border control, debt management, and management of the state enterprise sector.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 18, Ministry of Finance, be supplemented by the sum of $225,966,500. Member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Honorable Minister, if I could draw your attention to item 011 under transfers to state enterprises. Item 96, Secondary Road Rehabilitation and Improvement Company Limited. There's $100 million appropriated to facilitate the initial capitalization of this new company called the Secondary Road Rehabilitation and Improvement Company Limited. Honorable Minister, can you tell us when was this company incorporated and who are the current members that make up that board, if it has been done as yet?
Board has not yet been appointed.
When was the company incorporated?
It will be shortly.
Okay, so it's not an actual entity at this time. Honorable Minister, which line ministry will this company report to?
The assignment of portfolios is a matter for the Prime Minister.
Okay, so it has not been assigned as yet.
I didn't say that. I said that is a matter for the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Minister. Item number 3. Minister, the Rural Development Company, RDC, PURE, and the regional corporations, they all have responsibility for secondary roads. What, in your view, is the rationale for the creation of this new vehicle to look after secondary roads in Trinidad and Tobago?
To rehabilitate and improve secondary roads.
So this is an addition to the state agencies that are already mandated?
It is to rehabilitate and improve secondary roads.
With regards to the $100 million that has been allocated for capitalization, is this $100 million to cover both the setup and operations plus project spend as well for our fiscal year?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Member for Orpuch West.
Minister, can you indicate how roads will be selected to be considered under this entity?
Rationally.
What is the process that will be used for the selection of roads to be undertaken by this entity?
A number of different factors.
You must be joking, Minister. What are the factors, Minister? Not a number of factors. That's not a response.
Well, it's more than one, so it's a number.
And what are they, sir?
Well, for those of us who have had some responsibility for roads, the factors involved in the selection process in determining what level of priority one would give to road rehabilitation and improvement would include the traffic density, the condition of the road, the importance of the road as a connector road. Those are the three most important factors: traffic, condition, and the importance of the road as a connector road. In
Thank you,
addition
Minister.
to population density, which would be a secondary factor.
Thank you, Minister. And how is this facility, this road repair, road rehabilitation and improvement company limited to interact with the requirements of the Ministry of Local Government, where local government entities and PURE are also responsible for repairs of roads?
This company, as I indicated, its name says it all. It is to rehabilitate and improve secondary roads. That's it.
Thank you, Minister. Can you
No rocket
advise,
science in
Minister,
this.
if there's any intention to commence road repairs during this fiscal?
Yes.
Thank you. One further question with regards to this heading. Can the Minister indicate what percentage or what value of this $100 million being requested will be used towards the actual road repair and rehabilitation?
That is a very odd question. The member for Mayaro just asked whether this would be for setting up the company and its operations. It's almost impossible to give you that kind of information at this time.
Minister, you just indicated that road repair will be undertaken during this fiscal by this company.
Yes.
I'm asking for a percentage or a
I
value
am
of
telling you,
estimate.
it is almost impossible to give you that information at this time.
So, Minister, you have no basis for determining how this $100 million was determined. It is just
That
a
will be
figure.
determined by the company.
Thank you, Minister.
You're welcome.
Minister, I turn back to, I go to item 009, other transfers, infrastructure development fund. I note that $92 million is to be used to pay VAT and other costs with regards to the reconstruction of the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate. Can Minister indicate how much of this allocation is to be used to pay VAT and how much is to be used for what these other costs are?
Okay, now this is a project of the Ministry of Trade. The Ministry of Finance is also a facilitator. So this is a project being managed by the Ministry of Trade and Industry, and the Honorable Minister is here. So
Thank
could you
you.
kindly direct questions of that nature to the Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry?
Absolutely. Honorable Minister of Trade, can you kindly advise what percentage or what value of this $92 million that has been requested for under the rubric to pay VAT and other costs, what percentage of it will be used to actually pay VAT and what will be used to pay the other costs, and what are these other costs?
The $92 million, 92.66500 actually is for satisfying VAT.
It is all to pay VAT, ma'am?
Yes?
Can you advise then what period in time this VAT has become due?
Sorry?
What period, over what period of time is this VAT due?
It's over the period of the project.
And what period is that, ma'am, in terms of years, calendar years?
The project would have started actually in, let me give you the date. The project would have started in January 2020, and it's going to be completed by August of this year, August 2022.
So is it that no VAT was paid from inception to current, so that this VAT value would pay off whatever arrears there exists from January 2020 to current?
That's right.
Ma'am, can you clear up with me whether this VAT is being paid by government to VAT office directly or to a contractor for works undertaken, for who will then pay the VAT?
I'm not sure of the actual process, and I wouldn't want to comment on it. I think Ministry of Finance is going to give guidance on that.
Minister,
What's the question?
can you advise whether the VAT is being paid directly to the state or whether it's being paid to a company on behalf of the state?
Well, I would have thought the Honourable Member would be familiar with the VAT Act, but I will elaborate. In accordance with the VAT Act, VAT is applicable where the place of supply of the goods and services is regarded as taking place within Trinidad and Tobago in the following circumstances. Firstly, if the supplier is resident in Trinidad and Tobago. Or secondly, and this is what is applicable in this case, the supplier is not resident in Trinidad and Tobago, but the services are physically performed in Trinidad and Tobago. So the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate is taking place within Trinidad and Tobago, and therefore the provisions of the VAT Act apply. The contractor would be required and is required to include VAT on services which are standard commercial supplies. And therefore, the contractor has to comply with the VAT system. So, as you may or may not know, whenever a contract is awarded by the government or by a state enterprise, and VAT is included, the contractor would go through the normal process of paying VAT on his supplies and then submitting a VAT return. The contractor would charge VAT for services provided, and there would be a system of reconciliation of VAT paid on inputs and VAT charged on the final product. So this is to allow the contractor to make payments within the context of the Value Added Tax Act.
Can the minister indicate who the contractor was or is? I'm sorry?
Beijing Construction Group.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you also advise what was the value of the contract and what's the status of the contract to date?
The value of the contract is, I'll give you the exact amount, 688,347,000 RMB.
And the status of the project to date?
Status of the project, I can give you that. In terms of the river works, 100%. In terms of natural gas works, 100%. Flood mitigation, 100%. Sewer pipeline installation, 97%. Potable water line, 73%. Wastewater treatment plant, 60%. Concrete bridge, reinforced concrete bridge, 95%. Construction of 5 factory shells, 56%. Stormwater drainage, 45%. Fencing and boundary wall, 72%. I can go on.
Minister, what is the projected time frame for the completion of the construction of the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate?
August 2022.
Thank you. I want to move on to the other issue, which is the $8 million facility to acquire by private treaty of property for the Ministry of National Security in San Fernando. Can the minister indicate whether this is the purchase price or whether this value includes other fees associated with the acquisition?
The purchase price is $7.9 million. We have made an allocation of $8 million because when the Immigration Department, the Immigration Division, takes possession, they may have to do some minor works on the property.
Can the minister indicate who the seller is? Who's the owner of the property prior to the...
I don't have that information. And what I have is the address, 32 St. James Street, San Fernando. But I understand it is TSTT. It is a TSTT property. And I might also say that this is well worth the money that is being paid for it.
I have no more questions, Minister.
Arrow.
You
Thank
did
you
not
very
buy
much.
it at an overprice.
Madam Chairman. Minister, going just back to item 01196, is it normal practice to allocate funding for companies that are not in existence at the point in time when doing the budgetary process?
Yes, it is.
Minister, also, I just want to draw your attention. I'm not sure if it's a calculation error on the note that we have here, but I'm looking at the 3 allocations. The 92 million for the IDF, 8 million for the building, and 100 million for the secondary roads company. That gives you 200 million, a little over $200 million, while the allocation, the net increase is 225.9. So there seems to be a $25 million additional on this. Is that a calculation error if there's an estimate?
What document are you reading from,
I am
please?
looking at the same document that you
No,
have
no,
provided.
don't say that. Tell me what document you're looking
It
at.
is on page 14 of the explanations.
Are you looking at the schedule?
Yes, the schedule as well.
No, are you looking at the schedule?
I will pull up, I'll tell you the number.
Please look at the schedule.
I will give that to you. 1 second.
I don't know. I don't know what you're doing.
Page 16, Minister. Page
Sure,
16 of the schedule.
Yes, what's the problem?
So I'm just looking at the allocations as it's stated here in the explanations, right?
So you're not looking at the schedule?
Yes, well, okay. There's an explanation document, which the agenda document, which is on page 14.
It's not your turn to speak. Yes, so you're not looking at the schedule, you're looking at the notes that were sent for the committee.
Well, both of them is the same thing. The numbers are different.
It cannot be the same thing.
If you look at
What
page
are you
14 on
looking
the
at?
agenda, Minister,
On the agenda, okay.
on the agenda, head 18, Ministry of Finance, your total recurrent expenditure, your additional, your increase is 225,966,500. What I'm asking is that in the explanation, there is 92 million for the IDF, 8 million for the purchase of the building, and 100 million for the secondary roads company. When you add those three figures, you are getting 200 million, 065,500,000. There is a $25 million difference, overestimate. So I'm just asking, is that a computational error, or is there a rationale behind the additional 25 million?
There is a rationale. That additional 25 is for the project.
It is for
The project.
which project?
There is only one project here.
So there is an error in the costing on the project.
No. That additional money is for the project.
All right, so can I ask the Minister of Trade to assist, please?
Maybe it's not written there, but I can give the reason. The $25.9 million is for extension of time on the project.
Extension of time.
Yes.
Okay. Is that a penalty or something that you have to pay?
No. So it's claims brought by the contractor to ETEC, and for additional costs associated with several instances, inclement weather and shutdowns associated. Sorry? Pardon me?
Talking about.
Minister, please continue.
Babbling.
I'm giving an explanation, but they're all talking. The $25.9 million, as I said, is associated with the extension of time requests by the contractor to ETEC, and these sorts of claims are associated with inclement weather, with shutdowns during COVID, with increased shipping rates, squatter issues, etc.
Is that a normal type of charge that comes to a ministry for this project?
Absolutely normal with contracts, with construction contracts, absolutely.
Okay.
Standard.
Is?
Madam Chair, just to return briefly to 04-01196, the secondary road rehabilitation improvement. Minister, bearing in mind your earlier responses that this has not yet been incorporated, no board has been appointed, and you are not sure of which ministry it is to be assigned. What exactly would this company that is not in existence now do with $100 million in the next 4 months?
Chairman, member is twisting my words. I did not say I was not sure. I said assignments of portfolios, that is a matter for the Prime Minister. I didn't say I wasn't sure. And I am certain that this money can be spent, and we do not have 4 months left in the fiscal year. I have a little more than 4. Okay?
4 months and 2 weeks. Madam Speaker, could the minister kindly indicate which ministry this company is to is assigned already to or to be assigned?
I said that is a matter for the Prime Minister. How many times do you want me to say
So
that?
as
10?
Minister of Finance, you don't know?
Shall I say it 10 times?
You don't know. Could I go on to another question?
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. Minister of Finance, on the matter of the Infrastructure Development Fund again, is there a reason why in the explanatory note before us, which I'm not sure if you had sight of, that the Ministry of Finance failed to indicate to the members of the Parliament that $26 million that we could not find was for some type of cost to Beijing company, the Chinese company, and why did you fail to include it in your explanation, $26 million?
I don't know what kind of answer you want from me. It's
Was
not
it,
in the
was it
document.
deliberate to cover up $26 million in payment
No.
to a Chinese company?
No.
Yes or no?
I said no.
So it was an oversight.
This is what the public servants have told me.
So it was the public servant's fault. Madam Speaker, thank you. Madam Chair, thank you.
All right, so can we go on? Member for Cooper, you still have a question? Yes?
Madam Chair. Minister, with respect to the issue of Phoenix Park Industrial Estate and other costs associated with the construction, could you inform this meeting if that the other cost takes into consideration the relocation of Agnes Warner and others and the bulldozing of their agricultural crops and so on as it relates to compensation?
The particular point you're making, any bulldozing would be part of the contract, not these additional costs.
I am talking about the agricultural crops.
I know you're very well aware, you had spoken with us on it, when I say so with ETEC, and I think you're quite comfortable with the final position that we have come to.
Well, the final position is that Agnes Warner and others are still awaiting their relocation. They are still waiting on compensation.
And they would be, and as you would realize, relocation involves finding property that is suitable, and of course it involves doing the deeds, etc., all of the things that are necessary to ensure that it's well executed. I can estimate that it will be completed by the end of May.
So,
No, it's not within this.
Well,
honorable members,
So I really don't even have to answer you.
no, I asked the question in the context of and under the explanation provided by the Ministry of Finance.
Because it's not under this particular amount of money, but I know you have an interest in it, and that's why I proffered an example.
I don't have any personal interest.
I know
I
it's
have
not
an
personal,
interest as
it's
the
your
member of
constituents.
Parliament for Cuba South, representing people who were abused by the state. That is what I have an interest in.
I can say that you made your approaches to me and also to ETEC, and we facilitated you on
And it is
several
more than a
occasions.
year now.
No,
members,
it's a procedure, it's a matter of procedure.
Minister of Trade, I think from the general discussion, my understanding is that that question asked by Cuba South does not cover the monies that we are considering. So let's move on. Member for Cuba South, you have another question? Okay, so member for Caroni Central.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Same line item, Infrastructure Development Fund, to the Minister of Trade and Industry. In the amount of the 26 million, do you foresee, or are there any other claims in respect of similar type, what I want to call penalties in respect of this contract at Phoenix Park?
Larger, naturally, but of course we've made a provision based on the interim assessment and evidence provided. The FIDIC engineer employed in the contract is the one assigned to do the assessment and of course collect the actual evidence and so on.
So the question is that all claims brought to EDAC has been settled at this point in time with respect to the 26 million?
Pardon me, could you repeat?
All claims before, all claims has been settled by the FIDIC
Nothing
engineers?
has been settled as yet. A provision is now made based on an interim assessment.
All right, and there are no other claims that has not been assessed?
As I said, it's a provision on an interim assessment. The word interim would apply that is incomplete.
Which was?
One final question with regards to the response the minister gave earlier, that the owner of the property, initial owner of the property at St. James Street was TSTT. Can the minister indicate when the negotiation for acquisition of this property commenced?
Memory is that this matter was decided by cabinet within the last month or so.
That's the decision, but can you indicate when the negotiations commenced? When was it? When
I
was the
can't tell
expression
you,
of
but
interest
I'm
on the
afraid I
table?
can't see the relevance either.
You can't see the relevance, sir?
No.
Well, if you're not inclined to provide an answer, that's all you need to say. The question is very clear. Can you indicate when?
Member,
Irrelevant.
Minister of Finance.
It's
member.
not irrelevant, ma'am.
Member for Oropouche West. What I heard the Minister of Finance say, he's not in a position to answer that question.
That's not what he said.
I don't know if based on that answer you want to ask another question.
I asked a specific question as to when. Let me ask another question, ma'am. Sorry. Honorable Minister, would you be able to provide to this Honorable House and to the viewing community an indication as to when negotiations for acquisition of this particular property commenced?
In 2022.
Thank you, Minister.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 18, Ministry of Finance, be supplemented by the sum of $225,966,500. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 18, Ministry of Finance, has been supplemented by the sum of $225,966,500. I thank the Minister of Finance, I thank the Minister of Trade and Industry, and the Permanent Secretary and her team. Head 22, Ministry of National Security. Head 22, Ministry of National Security, a supplementation of $900,000. Minister, are you ready? Right. I will now invite the Minister of National Security to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Ministry of National Security, responsible for public safety, protection of our citizens across this land, finds itself, Madam Speaker, in need of some additional funding in order to carry out its very important mandate. And we are quite happy to present ourselves to this committee for an examination of these requests and the additional funding alluded to. Thank you very warmly, Madam Chair.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 22, Ministry of National Security be supplemented by the sum of $206,900,000. Member for Naparima.
Madam Chair, we'll cut to the chase, because this has been disturbing me, and I think it's disturbing a number of citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, and I refer to items 04-009-0002, the Strategic Services Agency, and we see that $66 million additionally has been allocated to this ministry. And we say that in the context, and I have 5 minutes, we say that in the context of the fact that scouts only get $126,000, that girl guys got $84,000, and we look at this as prevention, and we look on SSA as part of the suppression and criminal suppression, and in fact we have rehabilitation. So it is bothering a lot of us, and I'll get to the question. That we give $348,100,000 as the revised provision for the SSA, 66 million more. And the question that I would like to put to the minister, in the context of limited or zero expenditure on our young people, preventing them to go into crime, to be spending this amount of money on the SSA. The first question, could you provide a breakdown of the operational expenses, since you say in the explanation to enable the SSA to meet its operational expenses? Please provide.
Madam Chair, first of all, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, taking the whole of government approach that we do not only expend money for youth through the Ministry of National Security. There are other agencies of the government, other ministries. In fact, there's an entire ministry dedicated to youth development. So the premise that my friend is operating on is wholly wrong. This allocation from the Ministry of National Security as it relates to the youth is only a small chunk, a small part of that which this government focuses on the youth of this country. And just to complete that, I would say, the entire education budget, from early childhood to primary school and secondary school and tertiary level education, is, Madam Speaker, directed to the youth and the young people of Trinidad and Tobago. It's a false premise.
Operational
Quite
expenses.
apart from the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. Madam Chair, in respect of this supplemental funding, there is some outstanding debt owed from former members of the Special Anti-Crime Unit of Trinidad and Tobago during the period 2004 to 2011, estimated at some $16 million. And it should be noted, Madam Chair, just for the record, that the Cabinet on the 10th of February 2022 agreed to the waiver on the penalties and interest as at December the 31st, 2021, with a payment due by the 30th of June 2022. Madam Speaker, I just want to remind this House that that debt accumulated long before this current administration came to office, and this is a tidy-up arrangement. Monies owed and due to NIB. We waive the interest and the penalties, and the amount still has to be paid. So 16 million of this is directed to that kind of expenditure. The upgrade of one of the systems, and Madam Chair, let me say from the outset that there are some elements of the issues around this particular expenditure that, because of national security observations, we will not be as fulsome in our responses as we might otherwise be. But it requires an upgrade of the Toledo system, which is one of the platforms that we use to conduct the business of national security. That accounts for the sum of $20.6 million. Some refurbishment and outfitting of a Building at Piarco, $10 million. Tobago facility, $750,000. Procurement of intelligence infrastructure to secure diplomatic missions, $7.6 million. Upgrade of access control system at our St. Vincent Street location, $221,000. And as well, Madam Speaker, the delivery of a centralized intelligence platform that would cost $6.8 million, and of course, as well, the upgrade of some camera systems at Commuto and Piarco to the sum of $250,000. And finally, Madam Chair, purchase and installation of 3 500 kVA standby generators to ensure that these systems continue to operate efficiently, even in the advent of a drop-off in electricity, in the sum of $800,000 each, and that totals $2.4 million. That, Madam Speaker, accounts for the $66 million that my friend is asking about.
Fanaprimo.
Thank you very much. Before I go to my second question, I'll just remind the Minister that Barbados spends $5 million on its cadets with 1/5 of our population. And therefore, they spend $5 million, we spend $4 million. They have 1/5. Once again, we see Barbados leading the way in youth development. But the question I ask is, what are the deliverables from what you have enumerated? The expected deliverables.
Improvement in the national security services to the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
So are you saying if there's a view that if this money were not spent, we would still have 600 murders
That is your view.
this year?
That is your view.
And if you could justify to us that this expenditure on this agency will bring down the murder rate to what it was before you assumed office, then we will support it 100%.
That's
But before that,
populist rubbish. Populist rubbish.
Member, would ask that we use
Exercise
a little more
patience. Yes.
temperate.
Oblige, madam.
Okay?
Oblige.
I go back to saying, an eye for an eye will make us all blind.
Thank you very much.
You're a man of words.
I'm obliged.
Thank you.
You may even make us all bald.
He's blind already. Tell that to your Prime Minister.
The difference is he's bald on the outside and the inside.
The next,
Sorry.
Could we get back to the business of the people and on both sides? Particularly under this head, if we could all focus on what we're here to do. Some of us talk we are grandparents. Some of us are parents. Let's show the respect we're supposed to show here.
another question. Sub-item 43 of the same head under security services, and we see $24 million
Which page is
provision.
this? Yes.
Sub-item 43. And it is to meet the cost of arrears owed to National Maintenance Training and Security Company Limited for security services provided and arrears owed for prisoners' transport for the period August 2020 to September 2022. The question the question is, in these straitened times, would it not be better to use national security personnel rather than outside contracted services, which adds to the cost to the taxpayer?
First of all, Madam Chair, some of the contracted services of which the member speaks might have existed, and we are bound by them for some time before the period that we are looking at. This is an accumulation of debt under contractual obligations. So if my friend is speaking about present financial constraints, some of these arrangements would have been in existence a little bit before that. In any event, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, this is an accumulation of debt that we have to provide for, and we are doing so.
Could the Minister indicate what is the Ministry's total outstanding debt to MTS in relation to prisoner transport?
I'm unable to say so precisely at this time, but that can be made available. And as a matter of fact, I can tell this Honorable House that within recent times, I have received perhaps even invoices, demands for payment in this regard, and in the protection of the public interest, I thought it prudent to cause an inquiry to be conducted at the level of the Ministry to ensure that what is asked of us is in fact what is asked of us is a just and fair and equitable amount, and that is being reviewed as we speak, and therefore we'll be able to make a determination not too long from now.
Right. I'll ask one further question and I'll hand over to my colleague.
Excuse me. You'll ask a further question, and you have no other questions,
Okay.
and then I thank you very much.
I thank you for the guidance.
Perfect.
Sub-item 37, janitorial services. I see $10.5 million to meet the cost of arrears owed to National Maintenance, Training and Security Limited for janitorial services provided. What is the Ministry's outstanding debt to the MTS in relation to janitorial services provided?
Madam Chairman, I'm seeing 6, not 10.
I think the member referred not to the variation,
the 6
but to the global figure. The revised provision is what the member referred to, Minister of Finance. We are at page 7.
Yes. That sum, Madam Chair, is to process payment to that company for monies owed, due and owing to them.
And lastly, is the Minister not worried that we are spending more on janitorial services than on training of cadets?
That is so banal.
But just now, is training of cadets a vote here?
Yes.
No, it's not.
So
No, so-
banal. I mean,
It's a
so
comparative
empty.
analysis.
So empty.
Just like your brain.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister, I'm referring to subhead 01, item 004, and if I may take, Madam Chair, sub-items 1, 3, 4, and 5 together as I ask this question. Minister, how many, do we have a situation where after the last budget, October 2021, the recruitment of additional officers, whether prisons and or fire?
Yes, indeed.
Can you elaborate to tell us how many, and therefore how many are expected to benefit from?
At the start of September 2021, the prison service recruited and completed a 6-month training program for 238 prison officers and 36 drivers. And they are the personnel that would be added and made necessary the additional sums that we are talking about here. Altogether, as at April the 30th, 2022, there are 4,218 officers, number of posts filled 3,583, and still some vacant posts, but recruitment is running apace, and we had the last installment of that, 238 of them, as at the time I've stated.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. So just for my clarity, the sums proposed here, this supplemental allocation, is purely on account of this additional amount of officers?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you kindly.
Member for Bartara Sanwan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to go to item 02-00143, security services, in the variation or the supplementation of the sum of $19 million for prison transport owed for the period August 2020 to September 2022 to the MTS. Minister, what I want clarification on is that during this period, August 2020 to September 2022...
Just let me correct it. It's not MTS, it's a firm, but not MTS, for prison transport.
So the document before us is inaccurate because the document is telling us it's MTS.
It's payment to MTS, but not for prison transport. It includes that.
Okay, so out of that $19 million then, how much is owed for prison transport?
How much is owed is now being reviewed. This is a supplemental allocation to deal with both those items as I've explained. I've had demands, but we are reviewing it to make sure that you, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, get value for money and that every cent demanded, so to speak, invoiced, requested, would be genuinely so. So we have some reviews taking place to ensure that that is the
Minister,
case.
what you're telling us is that you're asking this Parliament to approve an additional $19 million, of which will go towards prison transport, and you don't know exactly how much you are going to give to the transport firm?
What you would see here is what the demand is on the contractual arrangements, but we are reviewing this to make sure that in fact the service was provided and it matches the demands that are now being made.
And I'm happy that you raised that point whether the service was provided, Minister, because for the period August 2020 to September 2022, we were in the period of COVID, where in fact there was the advent of virtual court. So then I am very surprised that a claim is now being made for prison transport during the period of virtual court. Of course,
sounds good. Sounds very nice. Sounds very good, and that's the reason why, partly the reason why it is being reviewed.
Minister, I want to move on to 04-00902, SSA, in the sum of an additional $66 million, and that will be added to $287 million that was already appropriated for this fiscal year. So we're looking at SSA having an annual budget, a fiscal budget of about $340 million odd. Minister, what I want to find out is currently how many persons are employed at the SSA?
You have that figure there? No, I don't have that figure immediately before me, but under advisement, it might be made available.
And recently you gave us a report on the, well, let me start this way. You would have indicated to us that the CCTV cameras and the management falls under the SSA. And recently you would have reported to this Parliament a certain percentage of cameras that are in fact functional in Trinidad and Tobago. Can you now update us and tell this Parliament how many cameras are functional as compared to those that are non-functional?
The last time I looked, the figures that I would have given then, I maintain that today.
So
but it also, I must tell you procedurally, that is not an item in front of us at this committee today.
No, the SSA budget covers CCTV cameras because you did tell us that the SSA CCTV cameras are under the management of the SSA. And
the information I gave you on the last occasion obtains as far as I'm aware today.
Yeah, so basically you're saying, Minister, that there was no work done whatsoever with the CCTV camera infrastructure in Trinidad and Tobago after every single day we have seen gruesome murders in this country. And you are telling this Parliament that no CCTV, not one single CCTV camera was repaired? Not a single camera? And now you're coming to ask for $66 million additional?
Madam Chair, I couldn't tell you where the member for Barataria Sanwa got that, how he arrived at that conclusion. Can't understand it.
And Minister, what I want to find out also is that you're asking this Parliament to now approve an additional $66 million to the SSA. Can you explain why the SSA has not filed annual reports since 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021 to explain the expenditure of the SSA?
But you know, Member for Barataria Sanwan, you very well know that that is not allowed under the exercise. that we're doing.
And Minister,
Okay,
what,
so 1 minute. If you want to make statements, fine, but those are not questions,
sure.
okay?
What I want to also ask the Minister, Madam Chair, is whether or not any of the $66 million will go towards the purchase, acquisition, and management of spyware devices in Trinidad and Tobago.
I will treat that foolish, idiotic question with silence. I'll remain silent, Madam Chair.
Okay, all right, so, member, let's take out the word foolish.
I'll take out the word foolish.
So you'll treat that question with silence?
Yes. I'll treat it with silence, Madam Chair.
Okay. Member for Hoover South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister 0200113, maintenance of vehicles. I see to facilitate the maintenance and repairs of vehicles by the fire service. Given what you want to achieve with this allocation, is there, in terms of repairs, to be effected to tenders at the Hoover South Fire Station and the Hoover Fire Station?
Just now, is this under general administration?
Yes?
Yes.
Would fire services come under general administration?
Yeah. Some vehicles and maintenance
of vehicles, Madam Chair.
Item 13. This particular allocation is to repair 2 Atigo water tenders and 1 Scania water tanker, service parts for 14 Isuzu D-Max, and purchase of tires and batteries. That is for the fire service. Other elements of this will deal with some repairs and similar kinds of operations in respect of the prison and the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. But in respect of the fire service, the expenditure goes to the items as I've just demonstrated.
Minister, could I ask you to focus on the Hoover South Fire Station and the Hoover Fire Station, based on the fact that these stations are in very close proximity to the Point Lisa's industrial estate.
I give you the assurance.
And the Phoenix industrial estate.
I give you assurance that this government focuses on the entire system.
Well, I haven't seen that in the last 7 years.
Fair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, if I take you to item 014 under the Defense Force Headquarters, line item 96, fuel and lubricants. Your original budget was $50,000. That'll be passed in October. And you're now asking for $11 million. And I know you're a very efficient minister. I don't understand if in October 2021, how could you only ask for $50,000? And now you're asking for an increase of $11 million. Why is that wide disparity between 50,000 and 11 million additional?
Well, this additional sum is to facilitate the purchase of bulk fuel and lubricants for vehicles and vessels, replenishment of fleet cards and a shortfall, and to deal with a shortfall in the allocation until September the 30th, 2022.
So, as a follow-up, Minister, so when you requested, you did not request 50,000 back in October. You would have requested much more, just that you didn't get it from the Ministry of Finance.
I can't immediately remember those details, but I can assure you this additional sum is to treat with the purchase, the efficient arrangement of purchasing bulk fuel and lubricants for vehicles and vessels so that we could conduct the business of national security. A very costly element.
As a last question, you mentioned vessels. Is it fair to say that because of the inadequate allocation, vessels were not able to patrol our seas based on the limited amount of fuel and lubricants that were allocated?
From the information, from all of the information available to me, the Coast Guard, those who operate them, have been reporting, and the figures would show, and the successes we've had up to last Saturday would show that the patrols have actually improved, and they have become far more efficient in protecting the borders of Trinidad and Tobago. Contrary-wise.
Thank you.
As a matter of fact, just Madam Chair, permit me. Recently, a young woman who was trafficked made her views and her condition public on radio here, and she explained that when they were about to get them onto the vessel, they had to reschedule that because they had heard that the Coast Guard was regularly operating in the area. The 2 new vessels that we acquired recently, they have been very, very impactful on our border improvements for the protection of our people in Trinidad and Tobago.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my colleague member for Barataria San Juan asked this question, but I'm afraid I have to revisit it in light of the Minister's answer. Minister, subhead 02, sub-item 43. And Minister, when we look at the accompanying note that was supplied to us, and I'm referring to now page 16, you will see at the 3rd paragraph, Minister, you responded to my colleague that there was a revision taking place in light of what has occurred with the situation with the prisoner transport during the COVID period. What I'm not understanding, Minister, and maybe you can clear this up for us, when you look at the note at sub-item 43, it clearly says, and arrears owed for the period August 2020 to September 30th, 2022. So, Minister, my question is, I'm not understanding how is it there is any note and we are making provision for arrears for this specific period when it is accepted that we did not have the facility of the prisoner transport.
Who accepts that?
Well, Minister, in your earlier response.
No, that's not what I said.
So, Minister, could you clear up that on my account then? You have any note arrears owed for prisoner transport for this period. Is it that prisoner transport did take place during this period?
Yes.
Okay. And may I ask, this prisoner transport, can you give an example of where it actually occurred?
From the prison.
To where? Which court?
Well, you know, before, this is from August of 2020.
Yeah, that is during the pandemic. Minister, I'm just trying to understand, you know.
Yes.
This is during the pandemic. So I'm asking, where was the prisoner transport effected?
In some cases, from one prison to another, from police stations to the prison, and if you are not aware, yeah. As a matter of fact, let me reserve that. As a matter of fact, we should allocate some more money.
Minister,
more prisoner transport soon.
Minister,
okay, all right.
I'm sorry, but they're asking.
Could we have some order and let's continue with the serious inquiry that we are about. Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Minister, you're saying that this cost is on account of taking prisoners from the police station to the prison?
I am saying it is prisoner transport.
Honorable Minister, I will not go around in circles with you, but prisoner transport from where?
I just told you, from police station to prison, from prison to courts.
So, Minister, I just asked that question and I said, so you're saying that it is prisoner transport from the police station to the prison, and now you're saying otherwise? Is that what you're saying? It includes that and something else?
No, member, I've been following this discussion. The member answered you from prison to court, from police station to prison. Okay? Those were the responses.
Well,
could you ask another question?
No.
That has been asked another. Prison to prison, prison to court, police station to prison. Those are the things I heard.
Madam Chair, I don't follow those responses, but I think the Minister is taking us in circles. I will leave it at that.
Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Item subhead 02, 001, General Administration, sub-item 13, the maintenance of vehicles. I note here that the 16 million, the additional 16 million that has been allocated is described as to facilitate the maintenance and repairs of vehicles by the fire services, water tenders, prison services, fleet of vehicles, and defense force, land vehicles, and sea vessels. What I would appreciate is if we could get a breakdown of the disbursement of this 16 million between the fire services, how much will go to fire services, how much will go to prisons, how much will go to defense force, and what it will be used for, how many vehicles will be maintained, and so on.
For the actual allocations, we will make that available.
I appreciate it. What I would also like to ask, if the minister could provide the answer now or later, who are the service providers who conduct the maintenance and repairs of these vehicles for fire services, prisons, and the defense
That can be
force?
provided later.
All right. And
but in respect of the defense force, they do a lot of the servicing internally.
All right. For those vehicles that are maintained by external service providers, can you indicate the names of those service providers and how much money will be paid within this financial year for each one of those service providers?
We'll do what we can, yes.
Thank you.
Member for Cubasal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 02001116, contract employment. Minister, very quickly, could you provide this meeting with the information as it relates to the nature of this debt? Is it employers' contribution, employees?
Again, to settle some outstanding debt to the National Insurance Board in respect of the Transit Police Unit. NIS was not deducted and paid on behalf of the employees and employer. The employees, general admin and transit police officers were treated as service providers. And as a consequence of that non-payment, we acquired a principal sum in debt to the tune of $2,539,532, a penalty of $2.5 million plus interest. It should be noted that the Cabinet on the 10th of February 2022 agreed to a waiver on the penalties and interest as at December the 31st, 2021, and as I said earlier, with payment due by the 30th of June 2022. And I might tell you for good measure, the very inexplicable position of treating transit police officers and administrative staff as service providers leading to this problem was done between the years 2011 and 2015. You know about that?
Parimo.
If I could tell you, I am articulating something on behalf of workers in the country, and I sought your
clarification. Madam Speaker, I am open to questions.
I'm now calling upon the member for Naparima.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I refer to item 02-014-40, food at institutions, for which an allocation of $8.5 million has been requested, and the explanation is to facilitate the purchase of food for the prison service, $2.5 million, and the defense force, $6 million to September 2022. Now we note that only $1.4 million was budgeted, and the question very simply is, was this kind of expenditure or increase not foreseen at the time, or was it a case of you requested it and there were no monies available?
Truthfully tell you, I can't remember those details at this time, but what I do know is that this sum is to treat with outstanding payments in respect of the purchase of food until the September 2022 on September 2022, and 6 million in respect of the TTDF, and this is to cover the shortfall in the allocation.
Minister, if you go to the recurrent expenditure,
Well, you could check it.
you could see it's 1.4
Well, it's there already, so why are you asking?
And all I'm just asking is why the discrepancy, a six-fold discrepancy.
No, you wanted to know what was allocated.
No, I wanted to know why only 1.4 was allocated at the start of the budget year, at the start of the fiscal year. And a couple of months into the year, we are now asking for a six-fold increase. And I'm just simply asking.
I take your question. I take your question.
Yes.
Member for Oropuch West.
Asked and answered, Madam.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 22, Ministry of National Security, be supplemented by the sum of $206,900,000. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 22, Ministry of National Security, has been supplemented by the sum of $206,900,000. I thank you, Minister. I thank you, PS, and your team. Honorable members, with the agreement of both sides, the order has been changed just for us to take at this time the Ministry of Social Development and the Family Services. The whip was advised some time ago, and I hope that information has been circulated. So I just go to Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, a supplementation of $390 million. I will now invite the Minister of Social Development and Family Services to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ministry of Social Development and Family Services continues to effectively carry out its mandate of maintaining the nation's safety net. One critical element in order to sufficiently meet the growing demands of the vulnerable segments of our society is identifying the levels of vulnerability amongst those deemed as such. Madam Chair, given our continued aging population, where 13% of the population averages 65 and over, today, we are at this juncture urging requisite funding on behalf of this particular cohort of citizens. The Senior Citizens Pension is one of the core social assistance grants provided by the Ministry. The Ministry assessed the payments currently being made alongside a number of new clients to be added between March and September 2022 and concluded that an additional allocation of $389,073,000 is required to meet its commitment for fiscal 2022. In closing, the Ministry recognizes its fiduciary responsibility to ensure that the limited resources are adequately managed given stringent economic circumstances. In this regard, we remain resolute in the delivery of a responsive and multifaceted social service system, the caring for and protection of our poor and vulnerable families as we invest in the development of the people needing it the most. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, be supplemented by the sum of $390 million. Member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have a few questions on this particular item, Head 7804000702, Senior Citizens Grant. Madam Chair, based on the Minister's opening statement as well as the justification given here, can the Minister indicate the total number of persons currently in receipt of the Senior Citizens Grant as at March 31st, 2022?
At March,
as at March 31st.
103,625 persons.
Could you repeat?
Minister, could you kindly repeat?
103,625 persons are currently in receipt of senior citizens grant as at March the 30th.
Madam Chair, a supplemental question for the Minister. What was the numerical increase from the last fiscal year into this fiscal year?
$5,400 persons.
Madam Chair, to the Minister, does this supplementary sum of $390 million cater for the expenditure of the current recipients and those anticipated to qualify within this fiscal year?
Yes, this will cater for that.
Minister, you mentioned new clients in terms of this $390 million. Can you indicate to us the anticipated number of new clients?
We expect around 4,100 persons, new clients.
Thanks. Madam Chair, Minister, to you, previously you would have stated that a review was ongoing in terms of the senior citizens grant. Can you advise whether persons were added or deleted from this particular program arising from the review?
10,000. Okay. Okay. Because of the review, we have removed 12,010 persons.
12,010 persons. All right. And in terms of additions?
5,400 persons were added.
Right. Minister, can you state the rationale behind the removal of those clients who were removed?
Okay, most of them were dead.
Madam Chair, to the Minister of Social Development. Minister, can you state what is the average time for a recipient or applicant to get his or her senior citizens grant?
The average time is supposed to be 3 months.
3 months. Minister, based on some reports, can you advise what are the reasons for the inordinate delay in applicants receiving their senior citizens grants?
Okay, part of the problem is the process where the ministry must receive information from NIB. There must be information validation, employer information, home visits to be scheduled and reported, information from the Immigration Department, NIB, U.S. Embassy, and insurance agencies, and that sometimes would take some time.
Madam Chair, through you, Minister, can you state if there's currently a challenge facing the ministry in terms of conducting visits as it relates to senior citizens applicants?
Yes, I think there is a bit of a challenge. That forms part of the issue with regards to the delay, but we are working on it. There has been some problems because of COVID-19, and which hamburg some of the visits to clients. But now we are open up at this time, and we expect to improve the service.
Minister, can you state how do you expect to improve the service and what's being done to have this corrected?
Well, persons are out there now that we have opened back up, and persons are conducting investigation. We have been doing some retraining with the social welfare officers, and we also are having discussions with some of the agencies because there has been a delay with immigration information, NIB information particularly also, and we have been having discussions to improve it. Our digitalization efforts also will also assist us in improving the service.
And Madam Chair, one final question. Minister, can you state for us approximately how many persons or applicants are awaiting these visits to be conducted by the Ministry of Social Development under the Senior Citizen Grant Program?
We have 4,731 pending applications. I don't have the exact figure as to how many are awaiting a visit, but in that figure, we are awaiting information from the other agencies that are supposed to provide us with the information before we move forward.
And one final question, Madam Chair, to you, Minister. Does this sum of 390 million cater for these 4,731 applicants?
Yes, it will.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Madam Chair.
Welcome.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, be supplemented by the sum of $390 million. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, has been supplemented by the sum of $390 million. Thank you, Minister of Social Development and Family Services. Thank you, PS, and to your team. We revert. Head 23, the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs. Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, a supplementation of $9,613,000. I will now invite the Attorney General to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs is seeking supplementary fees to address critical areas under recurrent expenditure in both general administration and the Director of Public Prosecutions Division for its operations, namely 1, materials and supplies, 2, contract employment and gratuity, 3, short-term employment, and 4, legal fees. Additionally, funds have been allocated under the development program for the continuous strengthening of the information management under the Registrar General's Department, which encapsulates the Civil Registry, Land Registry, and Companies Registry. The Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs has supervision of 14 bodies and also has indirect employment for numerous persons across the direct units that the office manages. The office has crossed into several thousand if you were to add the number of supervisory and functionary employment positions that are managed, be it the Equal Opportunity Commission, the Environmental Commission, and several other public authorities, and also function as a conduit for the judiciary. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs be supplemented by the sum of $95,613,000. Member for Barataria Sanwood.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, I just want to start off at 02-001-16, contract employment, the increase in the sum of $17.2 million. Based on the explanatory note, I'm seeing that it is the pay officers who are employed on contract, and there's an array of salaries due to a revised term and conditions of employment, as well as to meet other commitments up until September 30th, 2022. AG, can you just inform this meeting how many contract officers will benefit from this increase of the $7.2 million? Yes, thank you very much, Member. The total number of contract positions at the end of April 2022, 848. Number of contract positions filled, 523.
AG, these contract officers, do they also
work or the work under the Solgen's department and also the Chief State Solicitor?
They work across the remit of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, and if you were to refer to the Gazette of the 9th of September 2020, you would see that that remit is quite wide. It, in the schedule, it covers a remit over 3 pages of the Gazette of the 9th of September 2020, which has been supplemented by the subsequent Gazette of March 2022. So it's much more than the 2 departments that you referred to.
The reason I'm asking about these 2 departments, is it because I'm advised that I heard that there's a shortage of manpower basically in the Solgen and the Chief State Solicitor's department. So I wonder whether or not there are sufficient employment there, or this sum was going to be allocated for increasing the number of staff in these departments.
The short answer to that is yes, it will go towards increasing, but it is also, as I've said, spread across the remit of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs.
Thank you very much for that answer. AG, can you just explain what the difference will be with the contract employment under the line item we just dealt with, and that under 0200122, short-term employment, where there's an increase in $15 million?
Yes. There are a number of different reasons for that short-term employment. The ministry has requested $21,100,000 in its draft estimates and only received $10 million in the fiscal year 2022. There is the digitization unit of the ministry to facilitate digitization of the ministry's records, particularly the Registrar General's department. This includes the scanning of records, data entry, and technical IT staff. And we also have to note that during the pandemic, which we are not yet recovered from, staff had the data and technical support to work remotely very effectively, in that a number of rostering systems were introduced so that staff would be able to work remotely, and we needed to upgrade our remote IT capacity.
And AG, how many persons are currently on the short-term employment?
The answer is 325.
And this $15 million will be to increase that number from 325, or is it to service these 325?
That's to meet existing expenditure, not to increase the number.
So we're going to basically stay with this 325 until the end of this fiscal?
Yes.
Yeah. And I just want to go on to the other line item, 0200123, which deals with fees in the sum of an increase of $30 million to meet the payment of fees to local and foreign attorneys for the provision of services. AG, like I asked previously, will you be willing to disclose to this Honorable House a breakdown of those attorneys and the fees that they would have received, disaggregated both local and foreign?
Well, may I, Madam Chairman, through you, vary slightly from my answer previously on another related subject to make this statement, that when the issue of legal fees has arisen before the Finance and General Purposes Committee and before Cabinet, and now before this Honorable House, I have declared the interest that there are some fees outstanding to me when I was in private practice as a private practitioner. So I wish to put that on record through you, Madam Chairman. To that extent, member, clearly I am one of those persons, but that does not preclude me from defending the budget allocation, supplemental budget allocation. As to the other persons, as I said to you before, I would need to get the permission of persons to put their names on record. I certainly will be prepared to do that, and at the appropriate time to lay a document before the Parliament.
Sure. So AG, we assume that you will be one of the attorneys who will be giving consent to your position.
Yeah.
AG, sorry, I'm directing to the current AG, not the former AG. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. AG, is there a policy can you give this chamber an appreciation of the policy for the retainer of external counsel by the Office of the Attorney General?
This exercise is not about policy questions. And I'm going to ask all members, and by no means restricting your right to do what we are mandated to do here, okay? But to keep in mind, it is 20 to 7. My last count, we have 12 other heads to do. So let's do what we're supposed to do. You're senior in affair to know what kinds of questions you can ask.
So, Madam Chair, well then I'll just rephrase the question differently. AG, is there a criteria which the office uses in order to retain external counsel under this particular head under fees?
The policy kinds of questions are not questions for the, no. You see, and maybe that's why people not hearing me, because if other people talking when I talk it, maybe others not hearing. Okay, I would not allow that question. You're allowed to ask something else. Let's see if we can get a question that is within the remit of this.
Madam Chair, that would be all for me.
Member for Chaguanas Vas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if I may ask the Attorney General, in relation to the said subhead 02, sub-item 23, in addition to the information which have been sought by my colleague, if we can also have the matter that the particular attorney or the services which they provided.
At this point in time, that is not information I'm prepared to disclose. Thank you.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Just for clarity, Madam Chair, I was suggesting that in due course, if that information is coming forward as to the names and the amounts paid to them, that also are included with that. I wasn't suggesting that it be done now.
Madam Chairman. Thank you for that clarification. I thought you were asking the question for me to answer that now.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, can I ask a question? We are dealing with the... I am asking the Chairman a question. Madam Chairman, may I ask a question? Thank you very much. We are dealing with the supplementation for the debate on the bill on Monday. May I ask you whether questions about things that have nothing to do with the debate on Monday can be asked, or are those out of order?
Questions can be asked if they are within the mandate of the Standing Finance Committee. Okay?
Clarification of something that happened down the road that has nothing to do with this is not within the remit, in my opinion.
Well, Minister of Finance,
It's your
Minister of Finance,
you run in the committee.
Minister of Finance, I would also say this. Sometimes a question is asked, it's not really within the remit of the committee, but the government sometimes finds the need to answer. And if it is, a question is asked and allowed, and the member wishes to answer, I won't stand in the way. I would not, however, allow a protracted conversation on it. Member for Chaguanas West.
Madam Chair, I was just about to say that the Minister of Finance is now wasting our time, but I don't need to say that anymore.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, be supplemented by the sum of $95,613,000. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, has been supplemented by the sum of $9,613,000. I thank you, Attorney General, Minister in the Office of the Attorney General, Madam Pierce, and your team. Head 26, Ministry of Education. Head 26, Ministry of Education, a supplementation of $300 million. I will now invite the Minister of Education to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ministry of Education is charged with the general administration and management of public schools comprising 208 ECCE centers, 477 primary schools, 134 secondary schools, and 9 post-secondary institutions, with an approximate student count of 220,000. The Ministry of Education is staffed by approximately 20,000 persons, including 14,277 teachers. The Ministry, during the period 2022 to 27, will place deep focus on the following 8 areas. 1, digital transformation. 2, equity and quality education. 3, the seamless transition of learners throughout the education system. 4, TVET revitalization. 5, human resource development. 6, amendment of the Education Act. 7, student achievement. And 8, curriculum reform. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 26, Ministry of Education, be supplemented by the sum of $300 million. Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under sub-item 04, electricity, is there a reason why TNTech was not paid for services provided between 2018 and 2021?
Madam Speaker, at this time, the TNTech is owed by the Ministry of Education a total of TNTech is owed by the Ministry of Education at this point a total of $130 million odd. In the fiscal to date, we have paid $7.7 million. At this time, I cannot proffer the reason or explanation for payments that were due before. What I can say is what is owed at this time and the payments that we have paid for this fiscal.
Okay, so, but I guess that means we'll just see this expenditure recurring in terms of the arrears. Madam Chair, through you, sub-item 28, other contracted services, which we're seeing is to enable payments to PTSC for provision of school transport for term 3 of the academic year. The Minister would know through my writing, etc., that I would have had some difficulties with regards to the provision of public transportation to residents within my area to get to certain schools. So if the Minister could undertake to provide a breakdown of the areas that PTSC will be providing school transport for term 3 for the academic year.
Madam Chair, let me indicate that I have not yet received any letters from the MP. However, I'm sure when they come, they'll be treated with, and certainly we can provide from PTSC at this point what areas will be covered.
Well, the letters were dated January 10th, the 23rd, and the 31st, and I received a response. So I was just undertaking from you the areas for general information for everybody in this parliamentary chamber.
Well, term 3 is from April 19th, so certainly I can identify from PTSC what areas are covered in term 3.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm looking at sub-item 006, primary education. Yes? Looking at item 04, electricity. Now, I know that you would have given us a total figure of the amounts owed from the Ministry of Education, but my question is, would TNTech have taken any punitive actions against any schools with regards to this non-payment between 2018 to 2021? Because we're seeing that some 17 million increase needed to be allocated to cover the amount owed under primary education.
No.
Okay. And so I guess it's similar holds for secondary and the early childhood care. No punitive action. All right. Thank you. And then can I go to sub-item 001, regional bodies. Yes? Okay. And so I'm looking at the allocation to the Caribbean Examination Council, CXC. Now, in the Standing Finance Committee of October, we would have allocated a provisional sum of some $11 million, which I'm now seeing would have been transferred out. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And so now we are reallocating $9.8 million to cover this sum.
Mm-hmm.
But that is substantially less than what was actually paid in 2020. And then again, what was the revised estimate for 2021? So are we going to have to provide additional sums for the CXA allocation in the coming fiscal year?
If additional sums are required this year, there's always the measure of transfers or virements, as would have been happening from this vote, so that we can keep up to date with our payments.
Noted. And so looking at educational institutions, grants to assisted primary schools for the school equipment and upkeep of primary school premises.
Mm-hmm.
And could the minister undertake, or if you can provide now, the list of assisted primary schools that will benefit from the supplementation?
That supplementation is meant to pay the utility bills that are outstanding, as well as the running costs and so on for all the schools. So that will cover all government-assisted primary schools.
But Madam Chair, through you, aren't utility bills covered on their own via electricity, WASA, because we've seen those payments occurring earlier. So how is this also covering utility bills?
There are different arrangements for the government-assisted schools, and even in the category of government-assisted schools, some of them are covered in different votes.
Okay, so this net increase of $3.1 million covers all of the additional payments for all the government-assisted primary schools. There are no specific schools here.
It covers grants to all of the schools and also existing utility bills that have to be paid.
Okay, thank you. And so I would like to go to sub-item 3.3, grant to private secondary schools. And we're seeing a $20 million increase in the supplementation, and we're told it is to facilitate the implementation of the interim funding arrangements for the operational expenses at Bishop's Anstey High School East, Trinity College, and the sixth form for fiscal year 21 to 22. So can we get some details as to this arrangement, please?
For the last 20 years, there was a loan arrangement in place for the building of this school and the operation. That loan ended in 2021, and so the management system that is taking place at that school has to now be redone. In the interim, while that is being hashed out between Bishops and the government, we allocated money for the school's operational expenses. So this represents a payment under that arrangement.
And so how long will this interim funding arrangement last?
It should last within this fiscal year, and that's what we have given to be able to refashion the arrangement.
Okay, noted. And Madam Chair, I'm looking at transfers to state enterprises, National Schools Dietary Services. Yes? And we're looking at a net increase of $43 million. And so if the minister can undertake to provide a breakdown of the cost incurred to provide school meals in term 3, so that we can understand how this $43 million is being allocated.
Well, term 3 is ongoing, so what is the breakdown being requested?
So we are being asked to supplement an additional $43 million. Mm-hmm. You would have put in for that supplementation based on some data, based on some, there must be some rationale for requesting an additional $43 million. So I'm asking that the Parliament be made aware of what is the rationale for asking for the additional $43 million.
Well, the rationale is that schools were not operating in their full capacity, and they are operating in their full capacity since April the 19th. So the increase in the number of students at school would naturally have an increase in the number of meals that are required, and that is the money allocated to be able to do that.
Understood. And so that's why right? So then within that, there's a cost for the meal and there's a cost for transportation towards the school, etc., which is why we're asking for the breakdown so that our analysis for the debate on Monday could be a little more clearer when we're debating the additional $43 million. So I understand where it comes from, but I'm asking for an undertaking for a breakdown of the cost incurred to the National Schools Dietary Services Limited, please.
Madam Chair, I feel the answer has been sufficient. So I think the answer has been sufficient in that it is to take up the excess cost of catering for all of the students, and
so all of the cost is in is the food then. So the additional cost is in food. There is no additional cost in transportation to the schools or anything like that. There is.
This is the National Schools Dietary Services Limited. They provide
meals.
Meals.
Correct.
And to the schools. So yes, the cost is food.
Okay, thank you.
For Tabakit, might I ask you to stand down a bit?
Yes.
So I can invite the member from Miaru
Absolutely.
to ask this question.
Absolutely.
We can come back to you in another round. Member from Miaru.
Thank you very much, colleague. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Minister, very quickly, line item under sub-head 02, General Administration, sub-item 28, Other Contracted Services. I know Minister would appreciate the fact that, this maxi service is so critical for constituencies like ours, where students depend on it. I noticed that this allocation of $8.2 million is primarily for the term 3 payments for the maxis. And just recently I saw on the television where the Maxi Taxi Association leader was complaining about arrears and that there was a plan to hold back services. I'm wondering if this commitment of term 3 payments is adequate to get them back out in September, when I suspect all the little teething problems that schools would have been having, we would have full complement of students going back out. Any position in terms of addressing the arrears, or do you think this would be sufficient to get back the maxis out there in September?
Based on the invoices submitted by PTSC, the total number of the total amount of repayments was $1.2 million. The ministry records should have paid over 700,000 of that. So there's a balance of about 400,000 that there are some queries and so on ongoing on those, and then that will be paid. So the arrears that are outstanding at this point, based on the invoices we have, is to be $400,000. So what is allocated here is simply to ensure that term 3 is gone through. We have met with the association and PTSC ministry officials twice so far, and we will continue these meetings to ensure that there's a smoother process in terms of the payments to the concessionaires. I think that's the issue and the delay in handling the invoices. So we are working through that process now to fine-tune to ensure we don't have that level of weight for the payments.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Point of View.
Chair. Minister, just for clarity, in the transfers to state enterprise, National School Dietary Service Limited, the $43 million extra, would that take care of arrears owed to caterers, or are there any arrears owed to caterers, school caterers, for this program for meals?
At this time, we do not have invoices that indicate we have anything outstanding outside of what would be in the normal processing time for meals that would have been supplied in the recent past. Sorry.
Thank you.
Back very quickly, Minister. I know you provided some degree of clarification to my colleague Mayaro with respect to other contracted services. I know that you have been grappling with this issue, but there seems to be, up till today, the president of the Concessionaires Association indicating that in spite of commitments given for payments to be effected of 1.2 million and so on, it is not forthcoming. And we are pleading with you as the line minister to liaise with the other minister involved in this matter to facilitate that, because at this point in time it is really proving challenging to vulnerable families as it relates to transportation for their children to school.
Please understood, and we will be doing our best to sort it out. As I said, we do not have at this time any invoices that are not under query to be paid. However, we really need to work that system out to make sure on all sides we have everything that's submitted correctly, because it's between the PTSC and the ministry. So you have to ensure that whatever is submitted properly so that we don't have any delay, and we understand very clearly the importance of the service, especially children in rural areas. So.
Member for Tobago. No? Honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 26, Ministry of Education, be supplemented by the sum of $300 million. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 26, Ministry of Education, has been supplemented by the sum of $300 million. Thank you, Minister of Education. Thank you, Minister and the Ministry. Thank you, PS. Head 28, Ministry of Health. Head 28, Ministry of Health, a supplementation of $362,887,700. I will now invite the Minister of Health to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to all. Madam Chair, health systems around the world have become noted for the past 2 years and 5 months because of the COVID-19 pandemic and how we responded. I would like to put on record my thanks and gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, for leading an excellent national COVID-19 response. His scientific background and his steely determination has brought us to a level in the pandemic where we have passed, for the time being, the acute phase. I will also like to put on record my undying appreciation for every single health worker in Trinidad and Tobago who worked with me on the team I had the pleasure and honor to lead. In recognition of International Nurses Day, which was celebrated yesterday, May 12th, I want to again thank every single healthcare worker and every single nurse for bringing us to this point in time. Madam Chair, as the Ministry of Health moves in this post-acute phase of the pandemic, and the pandemic is not over, the acute phase seems to be over, we at the Ministry will be focusing on 4 areas of national interest as we move forward for the next 2 to 3 years. 1, the reinvigoration of our HIV/AIDS program, again, which was put on the back burner because of the pandemic. 2, very topical, finally getting a hold of the issue of non-communicable diseases, the number 1 killer, number 2 killer, number 3 killer, high blood pressure, hypertension, cancers, and so on. We have to get a handle on that. 3, the further decentralization of mental health, and especially the incorporation of mental health into primary healthcare services. To that end, a team has been set up to do just that, and everyone is enthusiastically looking forward to the day that mental health is seen as a primary healthcare issue. And the 4th main issue, Madam Chair, is the vexing issue of blood donations in this country. For too long, we have relied on coercion to force people to donate blood, and following the Rome Declaration, WHO of 2013, it is the intention of the Ministry of Health to at long last, move this country to a system of voluntary, altruistic, non-remunerable blood donations. We hope to launch this initiative as early as June 2022, which is a month away. So, Madam Chair, that is where we are. Again, I want to thank everyone involved in the COVID response. Those are our 4 strategic objectives moving forward, and we are now ready to take questions.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 28, Ministry of Health, be supplemented by the sum of $362,887,700. Member for Faizabad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through Madam Chair to the Honorable Minister. And Minister, I just want to look at the allocations to the RHAs, and perhaps we could look at 04, 09, 2, 3, 4, and 5 together for the first question. And I note the explanations to pay salaries and related allowances totaling $274,344,200,000 to allow the 4 RHAs to augment personnel assigned to various health facilities within the parallel healthcare system. So just for clarification, Minister, you're saying to augment personnel. So is it that some of this is to pay outstanding salaries and allowances, or is it that we're going to have new personnel for the rest of the financial year in these facilities?
No, it's not. We have no salaries outstanding, so let me make that clear.
Right.
I think one of the good things about this pandemic that we showed is that as a government, we paid all salaries on time and we laid off no one. Every gazetted worker in Trinidad and Tobago, every public officer retained their positions and they were paid on time. So this is not for arrears. This is going forward as we proceed.
For new personnel to be engaged?
Some will be new, of course, yes.
All right. So
and existing.
Yeah, so Minister, in that respect, can I ask, maybe you could provide this in writing for us for each of the RHAs in terms of the category of staff, the number, and the terms in which you'll be engaged in, for example, the contract duration.
Try to get that to you.
I just want to raise the issue as well, and maybe you could shed some light, Minister. Now, I know some decommissioning of hospitals has been taking place, so I refer to the NCRHA allocation, which is $124,914,200. But the fact that the Arima Hospital has been decommissioned as a parallel health facility, how do you reconcile that? And before you answer, I'll just refer as well to SWRHA with regards to the decommissioning of the Point Fortin Hospital as a parallel healthcare system. So I'm saying you know, the point I'm making is that these hospitals have come out of the parallel healthcare system, and how do you reconcile?
Yeah, thanks. No, that's a very reasonable question to ask. And as I indicated publicly, we are moving away from the parallel healthcare system to a more hybrid system now. What that hybrid system will mean is that hospitals that were previously solely dedicated to COVID will now be treating both COVID and non-COVID patients as they see fit. The first hospital earmarked to be a hybrid system, a hybrid hospital, will be the Arima Hospital. So it is being decommissioned as a COVID facility, but we must remember Arima was the national center for dialyzing COVID positive patients. That will be retained. The patients currently in Arima are all on dialysis. So as we decommission it as a COVID facility, it will be recommissioned first week in June as our first hybrid facility, admitting non-COVID patients at the ward level, but continuing the treatment of our dialysis patients. Similarly with Point Fortin, if the need arises to have COVID positive patients housed there, all facilities in the medium term, if necessary, if required, will become a hybrid system.
Minister, in that regard, can I ask with regard to the hybrid system, whether a similar arrangement is being contemplated for the Couva Hospital? Can you answer that at this point in time, Minister?
The Couva facility, as you know, was vested with the University of the West Indies. We are paying attention to the numbers. The Couva Hospital will not become a hybrid hospital. We are looking in the medium term to return the Couva Hospital to the University of the West Indies once the hospital numbers allow us to do that. Okay?
Thank you. Madam, I'll give it to my colleagues at this point.
Kamuta Mansanella.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To you, Honorable Minister. Item 009, sub-item 01. That's the allocation of $53,370,000. Honorable Minister, could you provide a breakdown of the costs incurred for this service per year?
That's the ambulance? Yeah. So that's to pay for ambulance services, GMRTT. The average cost per year to run the ambulance system is about 10.2 million. So, per month, per month. So you multiply that by 12, you get your approximate cost for the year.
And Honorable Minister, I'm asking about the external patient program. Is that included in the new net increase?
No.
It's not?
The external patient program is nowhere on this appropriation.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item, the same line item 0400901 for the continued operation of the Global Medical Response TNT. Has a cost-benefit assessment been done on this vendor, given that over the last couple of years, hundreds of millions of dollars have been spent on this vendor? So has there been an assessment of the service provider performance versus the need of the population?
National Emergency Response System, as provided by GMRTT, is one that is constantly under review. It is strange that you would have asked for a cost-benefit analysis, because it was your government that awarded this contract on a sole select basis, overriding the then wishes of the then Minister of Health, Fuad Khan, who had to put in writing his opposition to Anand Ramlogan, telling him to give this contract on a sole select basis. So I find it rather strange that you would be asking for a cost-benefit analysis. Quite strange. Sole select on the eve of the 2010 elections, 2015 elections, under the hand of the Member of Parliament for Siparia, you all went up sole select. And the then Minister of Health, Fuad Khan, put on record his opposition to this.
Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, so when does the contract with this provider end?
The contract ended in August 2020, and as a responsible government, led by a responsible Prime Minister, we went up for open tender, which is now before the Central Tenders Board. That is the way we do it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, so what is the total debt owed to this vendor currently?
We are currently on a month-to-month contract with the vendor, and we pay on a month-to-month basis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moving on to line item 020439, drugs and other related materials and supplies. Minister, the notes say that it's to facilitate the acquisition of COVID-19 vaccines for children and adults at the cost of $12.5 million. Which versions of these vaccines are being acquired for the population?
No, this is for further acquisition, and I'll give you an example. In my opening statement, Madam Chair, through you to the member, I made it clear that this pandemic is not over. As someone who has to constantly monitor what is happening internationally, we have no idea what future variants are going to come on the scene. We have no idea what special populations may need to be reboosted. Right now, Moderna is working on a bivalent vaccine. All the COVID vaccine 19 all the COVID-19 vaccines so far are monovalent against one strain. So those are developments we are paying attention to. Novavax is working on what we call a year 3 vaccine because we are in the 3rd year into a pandemic. That year 3 vaccine that Novavax is working on will be for new primary people who have not been vaccinated, for new primary doses, boosters, and for the pediatric population. Again, for the pediatric doses, we are getting in from Spain, and I want to really thank the government of Spain for donating vaccines. We have to pay the freight for that. The freight for that is 150,000 TT dollars. So although the vaccines are free, we still have significant costs, logistical costs. So this allocation will be for future uses and also for those vaccines coming in from Spain to pay for freight.
Thank you. Minister, given that the pediatric vaccines attained WHO authorization since last year for the 5 to 11 year age group, why has it taken so long to get these vaccines here in Trinidad and Tobago?
The vaccine that was approved was Pfizer. You need to ask Pfizer that question. That is a $1 million question. We were working on 3 tracks because I know you are upset that this government is acquiring vaccines. For the record, the CARICOM was working with Pfizer on a CARICOM initiative. That did not bear fruit. It had nothing to do with our lack of intention. 2, we were also working bilaterally with Pfizer. And 3, we were working with the government of Spain. This is the first one, and I dare say, if you investigate other CARICOM countries to see whether they have the 5 to 11 vaccines, I think you will have a different picture of our method of acquiring vaccines. And Barbados, I don't think has it as yet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I take umbrage with your statement that I am against the acquisition of vaccines. Personally, I have 2 sons in this age group, and I actually had to send them to Toronto to get the first dose of their vaccine.
Have you investigated?
Because you could not provide vaccines.
Have you investigated how many
group.
CARICOM countries have that vaccine? Have you investigated that before you again malign Trinidad and Tobago as the UNC constantly does? How many CARICOM countries have this vaccine? Investigate that.
So, can I ask another question?
Please.
Minister, given the fact that the 12.5 million is for the acquisition of COVID-19 vaccines, do you have any specific vaccine orders currently that you can speak of in terms of which vaccine, the number of doses that you're ordering, and possibly the estimated time of arrival of these vaccines?
We have a non-disclosure agreement with Pfizer, so it is difficult for me to give that information. Pfizer is the only vaccine that is currently approved for the 5 to 11 age group.
No, I'm speaking about across the board, children and adults, the 12.5 million.
And I said, we are looking at the Moderna bivalent vaccine. I remember, distinct to remember saying that.
The number of doses?
If you will let me finish, please. Thank you. So we are looking at the Moderna bivalent vaccine. It has not yet been approved. Once it is approved, we will then look at number of doses. Similarly, we are looking at the Novavax, what they are calling the Novavax year 3 vaccine, because we are going to the year 3 of this pandemic. We are just being very proactive in having the allocation. So in case the vaccines are approved and we can acquire them for Trinidad and Tobago, the funding is there.
Well, Minister, what that means is that in the short term, the students between the age group of 5 to 11 will only have 20,000 vaccines available to them for 20,000 persons, children, in the short term, because we have not even received the 40,000 doses from Spain as yet.
And that is the only vaccine available for that age group at this point in time. I don't know why that is so hard to understand.
There's a huge amount of COVID-19 in schools. Children are acquiring COVID-19 in droves and are carrying it home to their homes. We had over 500 cases of COVID-19 today.
If you look at the number of vaccines being distributed now, and people talking about guinea pigs, people talking, one UNC senator talking about he doesn't want to be vaccinated because this is not a communist state. That is the type of narrative that is hampering
Minister,
the vaccination
what I'm
drive.
trying to say
So I
is that
find it a
the
little
children
bit,
in this age group are not protected.
and we are going to have 20,000 doses, 40,000 doses.
All right, members. Member for Faizabad, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, this is just a point for clarification. It may be an error in the document, but I just want clarification. So I want to refer to 04011116, that's in the NIPDEC loan, the payment, on page 20, but I want to link that to the schedule, which is on page 23. And they both speak to line item 16. Now, when you go back to the original budget document, these are new items that were laid in the last budget. So it's showing a figure here on 23, on page 23 of the schedule, of 46,399,358, and you're looking at the revised provision, the additional 22. But that 46 million for line item 16 in the original budget allocation, there was a figure of 35,524,438. I don't know if you're with me, if we look at those figures. So one, I'm asking whether one is incorrect.
Could you just repeat that, please? Because I have the schedule here. Just repeat the question, please.
Okay, so if you look at this, the schedule, sub-item 16 is 46,399,358. But I'm saying the original budget document, when laid, gave a figure of, for item 16, a figure of 35,524,438. I don't know if you have reference, if you will have access to the original budget allocation.
What I have is the schedule here, and you are right, it says 46,399,358, but I don't have the original document here.
Maybe it's something you can look at and...
46,399,358.
Yeah. Can I ask that perhaps that can be looked at and clarified before Monday, or for Monday?
We will try.
Okay. Thank you.
Member for Kuba South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to put it in the proper perspective, the UNC has never been upset about the government acquiring vaccines. It was about the government inability and procrastination as it relates to the acquisition of vaccines.
The member for Orokuch East was the first one out the block screaming, "Don't be guinea pigs."
Madam Chair, I am trying to ask the Minister a question. Why is this outburst from members of the government?
Madam Chair, can I respond to that, please, for the record?
The Minister made some broad pronouncements to my colleague, and I think it is important for me to clarify the opposition position. More importantly, Minister, you boasted and you indicated, I listened to you very attentively. You indicated that in relation to 0400902 and the allocation of $20 million for the Northwest Regional Health Authority and $39,300,000 and 124 plus million for the North Central Regional Health Authority. and Southwest Regional Health Authority, $90.1 million. You indicated that this is for payments going forward, and there are no outstanding arrears or in relation to salaries for employees at the respective regional health authorities. Could you indicate to this meeting what is the current status? So in terms of workers' employment, what salaries are they working on in the regional health authorities, whether it is 2012, 2022, or 2014 and so on?
Is that relevant to this committee meeting? Cannot be. Cannot
Not allow that question.
Wasting our time, man.
No, it's not.
Madam,
Is
It's not wasting time.
Minister of Finance, member for Couva South, Minister of Finance and member of Couva, member for Couva South. I will ask the both of you all, maybe you need to take a little drink of water. I know we're sitting down here long, right? Maybe you all need to do that and resume. Member for Caroni East.
just for clarification, please, the member for Couva South made some remarks about vaccines. May I have a chance to correct the record, please? It was the member for Oropouche East who, in a Saturday morning newspaper I read with horror, telling this country not to take Sinopharm vaccines because they will be guinea pigs. Two, in that same article, he is quoted as saying,
continue to use
why
your
is the government
portfolio here to engage in propaganda?
Member for Couva South. Member for Couva South. Member for Couva South, are you hearing me? Well, please, if I'm addressing you, kindly look in my direction, okay? Because you almost backing me, okay? If somebody says something and they say something insightful, this is what's going to happen.
Exactly.
Okay? So let's get on with the business, okay?
So may I finish? And in that same article, he questioned why is the government bringing so many brands of vaccine. So in one article, he discourages people, don't be guinea pigs. Two, he is accusing the government.
Speak, you know what to do.
He is accusing the government of bringing too many brands of vaccine. Senator Naked is on the record as saying he is not going to be vaccinated because he doesn't want to live in a communist state. Senator Leida is quoted as saying he is healthy, so he doesn't need to be vaccinated. If that is not being anti-vaxxers, I don't know what is.
Relevance.
All right. Member for Port of Spain North. Very. Okay, so maybe I'll have to get you a little volume controller. But, okay. I know we're tired, we're here long, so allow everybody. You get a little power. All right? Everybody got a little power. Let's now compose ourselves and move forward. Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 39, drugs and other related materials and supplies. My question to you is, with this $12.5 million, would the government be acquiring any of the COVID-19 drugs recommended by the Simongo report that are in deficiency in the Ministry of Health?
There are no drugs recommended, spoken about in the Simongo report that are deficient. What the Simongo report spoke about was methylprednisolone. However, we had the alternative, which was first recommended by WHO, which is betamethasone. That is one. Two, the issue of the other drug, as the Chief Medical Officer has explained on numerous occasions, we never ran out of the drug. It was used in accordance with the type of patient it was recommended to.
Member.
Thank you.
Member?
Yes.
I just want to caution, under that item, the note is to facilitate the acquisition of COVID-19 vaccines for children.
Yeah.
I allowed you to stretch it to drugs, COVID drugs. Let's get back on track. We're not going down the road about the other drugs. This is about COVID-19 vaccines. And it's not that your question is not important. This is not the forum for it.
No problem.
Okay?
Another question?
Sure.
Under line item 04009023, 4, and 5, the member for Faisabad had asked for the number of persons that would be hired with this allocation to be given in writing. What I'm asking is, could I ask you some direct questions about that as well?
I don't think the member for Faisabad asked for the number of persons per category. Am I correct? If that is available, if it is available, because this is going forward into the future. And as all ministers have explained, going into the future, we can't have fixed numbers at this point in time. It is an allocation based on contingencies moving forward.
Do you have an idea, could you give me an idea of the number of doctors, nurses, attendants, and orderlies that you plan to hire in the future using this allocation?
Okay, so I think the answer that was given anticipated your question. Okay? Do you have another question?
Minister, with this new allocation of $274 million, are you confident that the Ministry of Health would have enough personnel should another COVID-19 surge occur?
Yes.
And another question? Minister, has any consideration been given to acquiring additional services in the mental health aspect, professionals, to assist frontline workers that have been under constant strain for the last 2 years in this allocation?
Yes.
You have an idea of the job titles and the number of persons to be hired?
As I have explained before, moving this allocation is moving forward. It will be based on needs as they arise.
Okay. And Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, can I go back to line item 04009001? With regards to the GMRTT, has this vendor given any indication that they would be increasing the number of ambulances that would be in service in the near future?
That will be determined by the new contract to be awarded, because the contract will have built into it things like average response times and the number of ambulances that will be required. So we'll have to wait until the new contract is approved to look at that.
And Minister, in this new contract, would additional advanced life support and basic life support ambulances be required to be provided by this vendor?
As I have just explained, based on what new contract is approved, that will determine the mix and type and numbers of ambulances moving forward once the new contract is approved. Whether it's advanced life, basic, whatever.
And in this new contract, Minister, is there a provision for a second hub, ambulance hub in possibly central or south?
Madam Chair, just for clarity, this is just to pay some existing. This is just for some arrears to continue the ambulance service. But this inquiry is not about the new contract. I have tried to give you some leeway. This is just,
Minister of Finance, I think the Minister of Health can handle his portfolio adequately. Okay? So, Member for Caroni East, I'm not going to allow any more questions on a contract to happen. The minister has given us some information, which is outside of the remit, but let's come back to this. If you have no further questions, I can now proceed to put the question.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 28, Ministry of Health, be supplemented by the sum of $362,887,700. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 28, Ministry of Health, has been supplemented by the sum of $362,887,700. Thank you, Minister of Health. Thank you, PS Health and your team. You all are relieved. Head 37, Integrity Commission. Head 37, Integrity Commission, a supplementation of $350,000.
I will do it because it will be done in 1 second.
I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister of Finance.
The Commission is a constitutional body created by Sections 138 and 139 of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and established by Section 4 of the Integrity in Public Life Act.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 37 Integrity Commission be supplemented by the sum of $350,000. Honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 37 Integrity Commission be supplemented by the sum of $350,000. All in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes. I think the ayes have it. Head 37, Integrity Commission, has been supplemented by the sum of $350,000. The Minister of Finance, thank you. The Registrar of the Integrity Commission and your team, thank you. You're ready. Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities. Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, a supplementation of $467,882,000. I will now invite the Minister of Public Utilities to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Chair, sorry. Madam Chair, I welcome the opportunity to address the Standing Finance Committee of Parliament. When I took the mantle of leadership of the Ministry of Public Utilities, I resolved that the Ministry and its agencies would eliminate the inefficiencies through stronger leadership, governance, and accountability, maximize existing resources, and achieve greater cost effectiveness so that the needs of the population with respect to public utility services can be adequately met. In this regard, the Ministry of Public Utilities continues to be unswerving in its efforts to accelerate the transformation of the utility sector. This is an urgent and absolute imperative as the sector globally continues to be challenged by rapid technology advancements. This situation mandates a need for utilities to inter alia deploy smart grid technologies, as well as adopt more agile delivery models to improve their customers' experience in a sustainable manner. At the same time, their aging infrastructure requires huge capital investments in maintenance, repairs, and expansion. The Ministry is very cognizant of the country's financial constraints and the socio-economic challenges being experienced. We remain resolute in our commitment to ensure that the population is provided with enhanced, reliable, and efficient utility services, and that the country gets value for money for the expenditure of public funds. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, be supplemented by the sum of $467,882,000. Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister, line item 02-00142, street lighting. There's an allocation of $68,400,000. Can the Honorable Minister indicate the recreation grounds that this was used, which this sum was utilized for?
Answer that question again, Honorable Member. I did not hear you clearly.
The question, Honorable Minister, is in light of this expenditure of $68,400,000, the explanation says it is for street lighting and lighting of parks and recreation grounds. I was wondering if you can provide us with the recreation grounds that this facilitated.
All. Correct.
Over the last financial year.
So this item is to pay TNTEC this recurrent sum for the lighting of street lights, parks, and recreational facilities. So the Ministry of Public Utilities is responsible for paying TNTEC that sum for the lighting of street lights, recreational grounds, recreational spaces across Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay. Minister, in light of that answer then, would you be able to provide through TNTEC the grounds that were lit for the last financial year?
It is a recurrent sum. It is a recurrent.
Oh, this is recurrent?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Minister, line item 04-00708. This has to do with the rebates of the electricity bills, a sum of $12 million. Can you indicate how many persons benefited from this?
220,000 citizens. They are all beneficiaries of this program. It was recently, in the last budget, increased from 25% to 35%. Right? And normally, or not normally, but citizens whose bills are $300 and below, they benefit from this rebate. And it's approximately 220,000 citizens benefit from this program.
Okay. Line item 02-00451, WASA. I see that there are some allocations with respect to salaries for employees at WASA, but also with respect to the loan for payment to the SALCOT in the tune of $161,325,000. Minister, can you tell us when will this loan mature?
I don't have that information with me at this point in time, but I can provide it at a later date.
Okay. And also, can you clarify the US $25 million loan facilities to settle outstanding balances of the existing revolving credit facility?
What's the question you
Just
want me to
a
clarify?
clarification on this particular line item. I wasn't too sure.
Settle an outstanding balance of an existing revolving credit facility.
Yes. Can you give us some clarification in terms of what this would have been last utilized for?
For the payment of outstanding sums to the SALCOT.
To the SALCOT, okay. Minister, if we go on to the items identified under DP,
Yes.
The first line item under DP is 00305A591, which is the transmission infrastructure to move power from TGU to national grid, 18 million. Minister, in the establishment of a Union Estate Candy Village 220 kV double circuit with its expenditure, does the ministry envisage that there will be a program of decentralizing these facilities over the next financial year in light of what happened with the blackout?
What facilities?
To decentralize the, where you have here the Union Estate Candy Village substations
from one part of the country to rather throughout the entire country?
This program or project really is the construction of an extra 220 kilovolt line. Right now we just have one. And unfortunately, the last blackout that we had, it is as a result of that single line that got interrupted by the fallen palmer's tree and another high-powered line coming into contact with it. With the construction of this line, it adds an additional layer of resilience to the system and redundancy. So therefore, if, God forbid, there's an interference with your existing 220 kilovolt line, this will give you that additional resilience to the system. So that is what this project is all about. It is due to be completed later on this year, and it will give that greater resilience to the electricity infrastructure.
Madam, if you would allow line item 0305A601, the renewable energy incentive, 2,382,000. The explanation here says it is enable the procurement of 2 wind lidar units and ancillary equipment. Can the Honourable Minister indicate whether or not they will be going out for public tender with respect to this?
Absolutely.
Minister, do you have like a turnaround time of when you expect that these projects will come on stream?
Yes. The information I have is that the 2 LiDAR devices should be procured by September or October of this year. They will be put into effect, and the outcome of the investigation should be completed in about 18 months.
Okay. And if we go on to line item 00506A061, the Community Water Improvement Program.
Yes.
Some here have 35 million, and the explanation says for the completion of 34 projects under the Community Water Improvement Program. Can the Honourable Minister be kind enough to share with us the 34 projects?
You would like to get a list of these 34 projects?
Please.
So, I'll start. So it's the construction of a Lafayette booster, or rehabilitation of the Lafayette booster in Paramin. The upgrade of another booster in the Paramin area. Number 3, it's the replacement of a 330-meter-old encrusted pipeline along 2nd Street in Barataria. It's the installation of a new line in Balata Hill, Paramin, Quarry Street, Chamflair, the installation of an 800-millimeter pipeline at Middle Quarry Street Drive in Chamflair, Upper Philip Trace, Tunapuna, the replacement of 200-meter line, a high-leakage 4-inch line at Mango Road to the end of Philip Trace and Philip Trace Extension, Church Street in Matura, the installation of a 450-meter, 100-millimeter PVC pipeline at Church Street in Matura, Pine Avenue in Valencia pipeline project, Sugar Lane, Blake Avenue, Sangre Grande, Jubilee Street in Guayco, Tamina, St. Albans in Valencia, First People, Blanchishes, Valsine Waterworks, Huda Drive, Las Lomas, Apo Avenue, Orange Field in Carapichaima, Kanchan Trace in Caratal, Coruscant Road in Grand Couva, Patino's Booster in Tobago, Signal Hill Main Road in Tobago, Likoto Main Road Extension, Young Street in Tobago, the completion of the Petroguaya water treatment plant in Mayaro, the construction of a new pilot raw water intake plant in Mayaro, and there's another one. There's another one in Carapichaima. I can't remember the exact location, but those are some of the projects that we intend to undertake in the 3rd phase, based on the funding that is made available to us.
Minister, can you indicate how these projects are identified? Because the areas you have listed, 90% of them are in North Trinidad. There seems to be very little work being done in South and Central Trinidad. Can you identify how these projects?
So in the 2nd phase, a lot of projects were completed in South and Central Trinidad. All right, the member for Manzanilla, he benefited tremendously, and he will let you know just hold a second. I can only do based on funding that is available to me, all right? And we have executed a number of these projects in UNC constituencies where UNC supporters have been very grateful for what we have done, but we have to do it across the board, and we have to be very fair, and we have to be very equitable. And this project so far has benefited over 100,000 citizens. So in the third phase, we continue to spread it across, and you asked about what happens and what is the criteria. The criteria is that once a community is receiving water at least under 24/2, or they don't have access to water, that community will qualify for the project based on funding that is available.
Member for Mayaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, I just want to bring your attention back to subhead 09, Developmental Program, Project 61, Community Water Improvement Program, the $35 million that have been appropriated. I just heard you mention 2 projects specifically for the mayor, which I am very excited to hear about, because as you would know that we've been having severe issues with distribution and supply throughout the constituency. My question to you, Minister, is these 2 projects, will it address what I think we would have had conversations with the WASA folks about, a shortfall of about 2 million gallons of water per day throughout the constituency? On a best case scenario right now, we get 1 day in 7, and in the worst case scenario, sometimes 1 every 3 weeks, which I know is the challenge that we're facing. Would these 2 projects address those issues for us, or are there anything earmarked for future that can address these issues and bring us to something a little more reasonable in the constituency?
Thanks. So those 2 projects that I've mentioned for the Mayaro area, they will impact positively on some of the communities that WASA would define as the extremities, those communities that get water from the Navet facility or reservoir, where it takes approximately 48 hours, something 2 days, 3 days, for that line to be charged up for water to reach the endpoints and the extremities of those communities. What we believe is that we have to localize the sources of water. And in those 2 projects that I've mentioned a short while ago, there will now be a localized source of water that will increase water productivity so that those communities will not have to rely on water coming from Navet. That's in the short term, because the seaway projects are really short-term investments that can have a big impact within a short period of time. But we also earmark for the Mayaro area the construction of a water treatment plant utilizing water from the Ottawa River. And we believe, based on preliminary investigation by the WRA, that there we can get approximately 2 million gallons of water from the Ottawa River with a separate water treatment plant that can bring that Mayaro community closer to 24/7 water.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Member for Hoover North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to take the Honourable Minister's attention back to project number 061, Community Water Improvement Program. Honourable Minister, last year in the mid-year review, under the same line item, you requested an additional $16 million, and you gave an undertaking in that mid-year review that the improvement of the water supply in Brickfield, Karapichaima.
The member is prefacing his question with something. Please remember, we have 5 minutes on an intervention. I didn't make the rule. I made the rule that you all made. Yes.
For us Spain not continue to be
disrespectful
to the committee, you know. For us Spain not just continue to be disrespectful to the committee.
Member, some things you focus on and some things you don't. Please ask your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Guided accordingly. Yes, Honourable Minister. In last year's the Standing Finance Committee, you had requesting an additional 16 million, and you did give us an undertaking that one of the projects that 16 million would focus on was the improvement of the water supply for the Brickfield community. I heard you call out a list of projects, and you ended off by saying another one in the Karapichaima area you cannot recall. Can you advise if the Brickfield improvement water supply
It's in Brickfield, and that project is due to commence in 2 to 3 weeks.
2 to 3 weeks. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Madam Chair, may I ask just one more? Thank you. And with respect to the Orangefield Apu Avenue water improvement project that you called out there, can you advise when that is expected to commence?
In the third phase.
In the third phase?
Yes.
And that
the
would be...
third phase is due to commence in 1 month's time.
1 month's time. Thank you very much, Minister.
Member for Kamuta Manzanella.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Honourable Minister, on the same line item, Community Water Improvement Program. Honourable Minister, does that area also include the Ture project by National Quarries?
No.
Thank you.
Member for Caroni Central. No? Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, with respect to 005061A061 Community Water Improvement Program, as you would be aware of some issues that I have been liaising with you in relation to the constituency of Couva South, are you prepared under this head going forward to liaise or consult with members of Parliament in the compilation of these community water improvement program projects?
Wait. We under 00506A061. Those are the 34 projects that the Minister was asked to identify. Are you asking about one of the 34 projects? Are you asking about one of the 34 projects?
I'm asking in the context of all 34 projects in terms of consultation with members of Parliament.
Well, I'm not going to allow that question because, very clever, we are allowed to talk about the 34 projects that were identified. Okay? Yes?
Minister, with respect to 0200451, Water and Sewerage Authority, $328 million. This $150,248,000 to meet payment of wages and salaries. Could you inform or advise this meeting whether this is for what purpose in terms of meeting salaries and wages? Have WASA recruited additional personnel? WASA signed off on any collective agreement and so on?
It is to pay existing obligations for wages and salaries and COLA and other allowances.
Okay, but in terms of the initial allocation, that wasn't factored in when the budget, in terms of Ministry of Public Utilities via WASA to the Ministry of Finance.
That's the purpose of this exercise.
Well, something seems to be amiss that in the media review, $150 million. I know, Minister, but it seemed to be one of under budgeting and a lack of planning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with regards to line item 61, was just to get clarity from the Minister if the Marak booster plant is part of this. Due to consultations that I would have had with WASA officials recently, I didn't hear that itemized as one of the projects.
For projects?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you didn't hear it, is it in the 34?
No one, no tired.
But
no. Let's stop. Look, no. Let's stop wasting time. So a member, excuse me, a member asked the Minister to list all 34. He listed all 34.
Was based on documents that would have been sent to the Minister and conversation and consultation.
And member from Moruga Tableland, if you would have heard my ruling just now to the member of Couva South, you would understand why I've adopted this approach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is, Minister of Finance, I'm being understood. Honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, be supplemented by the sum of $467,882,000. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, has been supplemented by the sum of $467,882. I thank you, Minister of Public Utilities. I thank you, Madam Pierce, and your team. You all are relieved. Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries. Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, a supplementation of $300 million. Minister of Energy and Energy Industries to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would just like to use this opportunity to thank the permanent secretaries and all of the staff at the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries for the tremendous amount of work that they've been doing in the interesting, challenging, but gratifying time in the energy sector.
Finished?
That's it, yeah.
Thank you. Honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, be supplemented by the sum of $300 million. Member for point appear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, and the line item in this ministry that you're asking for $300 million for the shortfall in subsidy resale of petroleum products. At the original budget back in October, the request was for $10 million. That was approved. And that would have been based on projection for this fiscal year, and it didn't pan out that way. Could you tell this House, this committee, how the $300 million that is being required or requested, how you all arrived at that $300 million?
As is known in the energy sector, unfortunately, certain global events have taken place, and one of the effects of that is that fuel prices have gone up. They've skyrocketed, to be honest. And as the Minister of Finance has explained in the public domain on a number of occasions in the past few weeks, the country was faced with approximately $2 billion in fuel subsidy. And certain decisions were taken after you deducted the levy from the petroleum companies, which is only about 20% of the real cost of fuel. And therefore, we were left with certain figures that had to be met, certain amounts of subsidy that had to be met. So the Ministry of Finance determined that at this stage they would provide $300 million towards subsidies that have to be paid. But of course, if there is a need for more, we will consult with the Ministry of Finance, and they would be able to provide it from the Ministry of Finance.
Yes, please, ma'am.
This is mid-year review, and it's based on for the remainder of the fiscal year, which is about 4.5 months. Is it safe to say the $300 million that you're requesting is sufficient to fulfill the entire fiscal year as far as a subsidy?
The energy sector is particularly volatile right now, so it is safe to say very little. And I am certainly not going to go and commit myself to saying that it will be or it won't be. This is what has been provided to us at this stage, and we will deal with it as it comes.
Minister, given that the subsidy is requested here, do you envisage any increase in the gas prices at the pump until the remainder of the fiscal year, until the rest of the fiscal year?
As I just said, it's very, very volatile. I'll tell you, I was in Houston recently, and literally at an intersection, you look on one side, and the price for diesel at a Shell gas station was $4.63 US. So multiply that by roughly $7, over $30 TT for diesel. On the other side of the intersection was another gas station, I can't remember the name, and it was at $4.25. You went to that same intersection the day after, the prices had risen to above $5. Fortunately, we here in Trinidad and Tobago don't face that type of volatility at the pump on a daily basis. I can't predict where prices will go, but what I can say is the government has taken a decision and we are absorbing some of the cost of this for the citizens. And as the Minister of Finance has been educating us in the last few weeks, unfortunately, we had to go with a rise at the pump, but it is still quite subsidized.
And my final question, Minister, based on what was in the public domain by the Minister of Finance, about between $1 million and $2 billion in subsidy, and now it's only $300 million that's been requested. The question I would like to ask, for the first part of the fiscal year, is it safe to say that that the public was paying a high price at the pump? That is why we are now only requesting $300 million as a subsidy for the rest of the fiscal year.
The Minister of Finance is going to come in to answer. Well, he wants to say something. The answer is no.
If you look at the estimates of revenue for 2022, you would see a surplus on fuel of over $500 million. That was generated when the price of oil was much lower than it is now. That entire surplus has been eaten up. So this is an addition to that. And the subsidy is not just on gasoline and diesel, it's also on LPG. And the subsidy on LPG that we've had to pay recently is over $500 million. So it's a combination of factors, so that the revenue from the surplus no longer exists, and also in our calculations it includes LPG. Okay, so it's not just liquid fuels. All right? So it's quite complicated.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, be supplemented by the sum of $300 million. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, has been supplemented by the sum of $300 million. Thank you, Minister of Energy and Energy Industries. Thank you, Pierce, and thank you to your team. You are relieved. Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister. Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, a supplementation of $95,375,000. I will now invite the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, in recognition of the number of hours spent here today and of my colleagues' efforts, I make myself available to answer any questions that may be posed.
Thank you. Honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, be supplemented by the sum of $95,375,000. St. Augustine. Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, I want to take item 001, General Administration, the sub-item 23, fees. There's $2.5 million, which, under the explanation provided, is to meet expenditure associated with the implementation of the Procurement Act for the digitalization of the ministry's records, for legal services as well as the acquisition of software license. It does not provide, can the minister provide a breakdown of how this 2.5 million will be spent on each of these items?
Madam Chair, I cannot, because it's an aggregated sum, which is an estimate to take us to the year end. We're in the process of mapping out from the public sector, public admin position, that which is required to operationalize both the digitization unit of the ministry and secondly, the public procurement units, which include challenge proceedings. In those circumstances, the position is yet to be confirmed by the Ministry of Public Admin. And as we progress with the local government reform, we are expecting that this sum would at least take us to the end of this financial year.
One of the items listed here is legal services. Surely that is a cost that you can provide separate to indicate the amount that you have spent or you plan to spend on legal services.
So, Madam Chair, this is not a matter of what has been spent. It is a matter of what is yet to be incurred by way of estimation.
Yes. What it's allocated for.
Would you allow me to answer the question?
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, this is to take us to the year end. In anticipation, this head aggregates a number of items set out in the explanation. It also includes, Madam Chair, that which we have to pay for service level agreements and for IT funding for the digitization. So it is an estimate which we hope will take us through to the year end, and surely at the closing of accounts by the Ministry of Finance, we'll have accurate figures as every year they are produced.
Yes. With regards to software licenses, can you state what software license are going to be acquired under this vote, and who the vendor will be, who is providing the software?
I cannot, because they are not yet confirmed. It's a matter once fees are populated, once the expenditure is identified, it is then that the procurement process begins, because you have to have confirmation of funding first before the procurement cycle can go. In an open tender or RFP or EOI cycle, it is then that vendors become identified with certainty. So that is not the way procurement operates, Madam.
Can you state what software license the ministry intends to acquire under this allocation?
Several software licenses, which include information technology tools for applications and positions. Again, because of the manner in which procurement is done, the multiple versions of software licenses are not yet there, because that will be produced in the procurement cycle. So by way of example, if you're going for a particular information technology product, there may be 3 or 4 different types of licenses, which may all be adequate and fit for purpose, but which pricing would not be best until the procurement cycle happens.
Thank you.
Question, Justin?
Madam Chairman, sub-item 28, other contracted services. I note that there is a 1.8 million allocation under this sub-item, and the explanation is to facilitate the purchase of materials for the national cleanup campaign. Can the minister provide a breakdown in terms of how this will be spent? I know the campaign is ongoing.
Yes, Madam Chair. Each corporation will receive on average $130,000. Multiply by 14, you'll get the figure. And the figures are specifically for the need items identified by the corporations. I wish at this moment, please, Madam Chair, to thank the many corporations for the very excellent work that they have engaged in. Our campaign began in April. Last weekend, we finished the corporation of Siparia. And this weekend, we'll be in Penal Debe, and I have had direct discussions with the several chairmen in these constituencies. And whilst this sum is a tight sum, $130,000, it certainly has managed to allow us to do Diego Martin Regional Corporation, Port of Spain Regional Corporation, Siparia Regional Corporation, and this week Penal Debe Corporation.
Mr. Minister, is this 130,000 realistic I'm thinking this is more like to clean up one electoral district. What is your intention with this program going forward, and how do you intend to fund it?
Sure. Madam Chair, thank you. It's a tough sum. Fortunately, Madam Chair, if you see what we've done already with $130,000 in Diego Martin Regional Corporation, which is nearly the entire northwestern end of Trinidad, Port of Spain Regional Corporation, and Siparia, we have stretched, quite frankly, because of the ingenuity of clustering assets, where we bring several corporations together to assist. So Diego Martin had the advantage of Sawa, Lavantil, Port of Spain, Diego Martin, Tunapuna Piarco Regional, and then volunteers on top of that. And again, I'd like to pay public tribute to my permanent secretary, who's sitting to my left, to the hardworking members of the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, and to the several chairmen who have all jumped in to lend a hand to basically do something which appears, in some perspectives, to only do one electoral district, but which has in actuality already done 3 corporations.
Madam Chair, later on as we go on to the regional corporation, but I want to mention it here, that it is clear that the ministry is really taking the corporation's resources to do this, and therefore that is why the cost is this low. The item also lists purchase of materials. What materials would they be purchasing here?
Madam Chair, the statement made by my friend is a little confusing because some corporations have no resources at all. So if you go to the Tunapuna Piarco Regional Corporation or Sawa Lavantil Regional Corporation, some of them don't have assets at all. And therefore, to say that we're clearly using the assets of the corporation, number one, we're entitled to use the assets of the corporation, and we're clustering those assets. And number two, we're paying $130,000 per corporation to exercise 3 successful cleanups and surveys so far. In respect of the second part of the question, which was what are the goods and services, we will have a full tally of those as we proceed. They are diverse in nature, and they are not with precision, nor are they with uniformity from corporation to corporation, because each need is different.
Okay. Member for St. Augustine, I know you have other questions. Might I invite Member for Couva North at this stage? I'll come back to you. Member for Couva North. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll give way for the member for St. Augustine to
That
continue
means you're no
with the
longer
questioning.
asking any questions?
Sorry?
That means you're no longer asking any questions?
Yes, Madam Chair. But
Well, I'm inviting you to ask your questions now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with respect to subhead 03, current transfer to statutory body and similar bodies, item 005, the corporations are listed there, and the increases is to enable the 14 municipal corporations to pay wages as well as sums owed for the provision of goods and services. Can the Honourable Minister identify what are the goods and services that are being owed the payment is for?
Madam Chair, to engage in an identification of the diversity of goods and services in 14 regional corporations is a sheer impossibility at this microphone because they are just completely diverse. The good news is that this is an anticipated expenditure for monies to be provided for goods and services to be incurred in the next half of this financial year. When that money is spent, the many years that some people will have recognized our records reveal, the closing of accounts will have with precision what the goods and services that have been spent upon are, and certainly, Madam Chair, the system of audit and identification at year end will provide that answer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, if the Minister doesn't have the answer or thinks it is too much to answer in this forum, would the Honourable Minister be able to provide us with a breakdown of the outstanding payments in writing?
Madam Chair, I didn't say that I didn't have it because it didn't existed. I said it is yet to be put in place. I cannot foretell now what is going to be secured. What I do know is that there is an estimate that was requested to meet goods and services in a future context. And insofar as that is an hypothetical equation, we'll have to wait for the year end to get that answer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Minister, what the explanation provided here, as well as sums owed for the provision of goods and services. So what I'm asking you for, if you read the document, you will understand the question. I'm asking if you can identify what is being owed.
Madam Chair, the member's restatement of his question is with a lot more precision than that first asked. He has now bifurcated his question into that which is owed, but he said, tell us what is due for the rest of this. I started off by saying that it was an impossibility at this point because of the future application. And in answer to the precision now provided as to what is owed historically, Madam Chair, that is an exercise that we are currently auditing. In fact, we have been corporation to corporation to confirm the exact figures, and regrettably, that information is not available at present.
Member for Couva.
So we are asking for monies to pay outstanding expenses for the provision of goods and services. And this is approximately $40 million the minister is here asking for, and the minister cannot provide us with what this $40 million is to pay.
Madam Chair,
something seems fundamentally wrong here.
Yes, Madam Chair, my friend is correct. There is something fundamentally wrong with comprehension. Part is future.
Madam Speaker.
Part is future.
Chairman.
I'm speaking. Part is future and therefore contingent and conditional, and part is certain. The part which is certain is under audit. What we do know, Madam Chair, is that if there is a shortfall, the Minister of Finance will be approached once the audit exercise is completed, because what we are certain about is that once monies are due and owing and confirmed to be due and owing, there is an obligation to pay. It's something I have already alerted the Minister of Finance to. The Permanent Secretary is working together with the CEOs and chairmen of the relevant corporations to obtain that which is in audit.
Member for St. Augustine.
Madam Chairman, each regional corporation following this committee meeting will receive a document with their heads and subheads indicating what is allocated to them that will total to the sum here. That document will reflect a breakdown for the specific goods and services that the money is identified here in these items 005 for local government bodies. And that is what my colleague is referring to. So even if the document is not available at this moment, in order to come up with the sums listed here, the minister, the permanent secretary, must have added up some different heads to arrive at this total. And that is why it's not the same for every corporation. It's not an arbitrary figure, or is it? So in order to arrive at the amounts here, you would have determined, in collaboration with the corporation, that they have some outstanding money, for instance, Shogunas, to fix their sewer system, to fix their AC unit in their main building. They would be owing certain contractors and so on. And you would tally that up, and that would give you a breakdown for the specific services. And that is what I'm asking, together with my colleague, if that could be provided, because it would be in the ministry. So if you could provide that for us by Monday, but even if not by Monday, it would be a useful document.
I thank my colleague for taking care to identify the process by which these estimates are arrived at, Madam Chair. The honourable member is perfectly correct that there are identified estimates that are provided. if I could explain, some of those estimates provided are outside of the bounds of the year-on-year allocations. I have before me, Madam Chair, the recurrent and DP expenditure for all of these divisions from the year 2008 to present. And what I can say is that we are within the expenditure parameters of both initial allocations and mid-year supplementation. What we have recognized at the ministry is that the need to have a certainty of figures is upon us. There are arrears which are under audit, and there are projections which are being certified. Most unfortunately, that exercise is not yet complete. As I've said before, I've alerted the Minister of Finance to the certainty of coming to figures, and I've already asked at the appropriate opportunity, it may very well be in the new financial year, that we attend to the figures that are audited. But I do understand what my friend has put forward on the floor. Unfortunately, I'm not in a position to provide the answer that the honourable member has asked.
Member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you to the Minister, based on what the member for St. Augustine would have asked. Minister, I just have one question in terms of this item, which identifies sums owed as it relates to goods and services. And that question is, are you aware that sums owed for the provision of goods and services are significantly affecting the service delivery to burgesses, citizens, and residents based on these sums owed within the various municipalities?
In answer to my friend, Madam Chair, if I may, yes, I am aware, but that's only part of the conversation. The other part of what is affecting service delivery is the process by which sums are requested, releases are requested, and sums are certified. What has happened is, and I know my friend is very experienced in this field, as is the member for St. Augustine. What happens is that the process mapping is entirely manual at present. Secondly, the time frame to get the certification for the request for releases is extremely long. So from my part, the largest part of delay is really in the process in which things are paid. It is why we have focused on the previous question answered about the digitization. So instead of spending 3 months to 6 months to effectively spend your PSIP, shortening the process time and having the certification is part of the exercise. So whilst my friend has correctly identified one part of the problem in delivery of services, which is release of monies, the process and time that it takes is the other part that we're focused upon right now in the massive digitization program that we have set upon.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, are you aware, well, let me ask it differently. Some of these corporations are currently operating in a situation where the standard bills have not been paid. So, for example, in the Pinal-Deba Regional Corporation, I have councillors whose office rents and payments for incidentals remain outstanding now since September 2021. So this is not for new expenditure. This is actually expenditure which is programmable and targeted and should not have been gotten to that stage where landlords are threatening councillors with eviction, or councillors are being disenfranchised in terms of their ability to support. Is it that the ministry is now saying that this funding, as delayed as it is, would be applied to those outstanding arrears? And if that is so, what is going to be put in place to ensure that these regular, recurrent expenditures do not fall back to the same situation where we have substantial arrears being taking place?
Madam Chair, I thank my friend for the question and the observation. In fact, what the honourable member for Oropouche West has pointed out is something which has been a perennial problem for decades. And the honourable member is correct. It's part of what I had referred to a little bit earlier in the process, reorganization of processes, so that things which are standing payments and predictable, as you have correctly put onto the record, could be dealt with rapidity. Now, in answer to your question, yes, part of these monies will be applied to those matters that are in arrears. Secondly, in the process re-engineering and digitization, we will be able to attend to these things on a much more current basis and immediate basis.
Minister, just a follow-up, ma'am. Minister, these are bills that would have been recurrent, so that they should have been budgeted for before, as far back as budget in 2022 fiscal, in October last year, and they were not, or allocation was not made for these particular bills, which is why I'm saying that we are coming now to put a plaster on a situation which existed because proper allocation of resources was missing. Digitization would not help that, with all due respect. Neither will this new process, because the process is these bills are recurrent and usually happen.
Madam Chair, whilst my friend is correct, it does not reflect upon an alternative remedy, which is something called viring. Anything that is predictable can be vired.
Good.
And therefore, the requests for virement also are delayed. So I have seen at my desk requests that arrive on the desk months after they are made. So whilst they are predictable and whilst there are alternative techniques for virement, there are other things that delay those situations. So it's not really one jacket to fit one size.
Thank you.
Augustine?
Madam Chairman, in many cases, you cannot fire from where you don't have money. I understand the Attorney General's attempt at an explanation, but in the Budget Standing Finance Committee, there were a number of votes in regional corporations where there were shortfalls in the allocation based on what was required for recurrent, anticipated costs. This is not development where you have to request funding and so on in that manner. Wages for workers, you know the number of employees, you know the cost to take them till the end of the year. The full allocation was not given. Utility bills, you have an average of what it costs per year. The full amount was not given. Office rentals, that is why councillors are being evicted from their office. This is a predictable cost. This is not something that you have to decide along the year and then make a request for funding as you would with development programs. Under every regional corporation here, where the explanation is to pay wages as well as sums owed for the provision of goods and services. I had raised in the budget, and I'm asking now, there were shortfalls for paying wages in a number of regional corporations, one of which was Tunapuna Piako, where St. Augustine sits, and 300 workers were in danger of losing their jobs. I would like to know if the allocation under sub-item 30 covers that cost. But in every regional corporation, there are employees whose salary or wages were not covered by the allocation made in the budget. And the explanation at that time is that during this exercise, what is required to take them till the end of the year will be provided. This is why the breakdown for the goods and services is important. Can you tell us if the shortfalls for wages for employees within the regional corporations have been met? And if not, what plans, or what, I don't know, the Minister of Finance plans for the Ministry of Local Government in regard to ensuring that workers do not lose their jobs?
Madam Chair, first of all, the government's priority, as the Honourable Prime Minister has stated repeatedly during the COVID pandemic, is to maintain employment. Madam Chair, what I can tell you specifically in relation to the Tunapuna Piako Regional Corporation is that the estimates that were provided to the Ministry involved an increase in the number of days of cycles, and therefore they were looking for an increase in goods and services, which did not affect the number of people that were employed. It affected a different regime arrangement. Madam Chair, I, being dissatisfied with the information that came, have undertaken an audit to confirm with precision from the desk of each corporation with our accounts unit exactly what is due and owing. And I have already, and this is the fourth time I'm saying this, but perhaps in a different context, I've already alerted the Minister of Finance that the outcome of the audit, which will be an immediate one, the PS has already started the exercise, will be such that we can confirm with certainty if there are any arrears by the end of year. There are mechanisms in the budget cycle by which monies can be obtained even prior to the year end. But what I'm saying, Madam Chair, to the best of the information delivered to me so far, this will meet the needs and concerns. We are dissatisfied with the information before us, and there's an audit to be certain about what we're doing.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just want to... Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just want to go back to current transfers to statutory body and similar bodies, to statutory board and similar bodies, sorry. And Madam Chair, with respect to the shortfalls that were identified in the initial appropriation bill in the budget and the statement that we will pick up that shortfall in this period, in this mid-year review. Madam Chair, there are areas in this ministry, most areas in this ministry, is closest to our citizens that falls under this line item in the provision of goods and services. Areas such as the scavenging and the picking up of garbage collections, etc. And there are many areas that are orphan areas that has not been assigned to the corporation, but has developed, has houses, even areas with HDC development exists, like in Couva North, Phase 2, Roystonia, Rupsing development, former Carney development, etc. And these areas have not been vested into the regional corporation, but the regional corporations is required to provide goods and services to these burgesses, from scavenging to maintenance of their water courses, maintenance of their roadways, etc. What I would like the Honourable Minister to advise us is this increase that we are seeing here in front of us. Does the Minister honestly believe that this increase will be able to fulfill the provision of goods and services to our burgesses? Because definitely it will not. And what we are doing here today is really not providing the justice and the respect to our burgesses out there. We are demonstrating how it is that this government continue to neglect our citizens.
All right. So, remember, I think the point has been made. It is the same point that has been repeated in various styles. I think the the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government has answered that question. I don't want to use the other word, ad infinitum. I'll allow the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government to respond, and any other questions I'll ask members to go on to another item, sub-item. If not, I'll put the question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to lighten the moment, everybody seems to trip over past and present rules, so they've fallen to calling me LG in the ministry. It just makes life easy. So, Madam Chair, what I can say quite simply, the Honourable Member has raised something which is quite true. If you could permit me just to say, with respect to orphan roads, the last vestings to deal with the issue of orphans was dealt with in 2000 under the hand of Carlos John. The current cleanup and survey campaign is precisely to identify the orphan areas. It's part of the local government reform. And Madam Chair, to answer the question put to us, we are obviously certain already that when the orphan parks, roads, developments, etc., are vested and brought in, that the current allocations will not meet that expenditure, which is why we are currently surveying with a view to conducting an immediate vesting exercise.
You have a question?
Under subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, sub-item 04, community-based environmental protection and enhancement program, CPEP. There is an additional $50 million allocated to CPEP. Given that we had a number of teams being reduced, a number of people losing their jobs, and a number of trimming down of the work programs in CPEP, can the minister indicate what the monies identified as being for the program's operational expenditure to September 30th, 2022 will be utilized for? A breakdown of how the $50 million will be utilized for CPEP.
Madam Chair, thank you to the honourable member for the question. CPEP, as we're well aware, is a very important aspect of the lives of many of us. Madam Chair, CPEP currently has 319 contractors representing some 9,000 employees in 6 environmental areas. Central has 40, North Central has 62, Northeast has 65, Northwest has 69, Southeast has 30, Southwest has 44 of the contractors. The 9,000 persons are spread into those regions. Madam Chair, 92% of the $50 million, that's on average close to $46 million, is specifically for the payment of salaries to make sure that we meet the needs and requirements. To the best of my knowledge and information, it is only in the island of Tobago that there is any current issue concerning how people are employed by CPEP. As you know, that does not fall under the management of the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. I believe Pastor Terence Baines is the man sitting in that hot seat, but I have no answer to offer for him.
Okay. So, honourable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, be supplemented by the sum of $95,357,000. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, has been supplemented by the sum of $95,357,000. I thank the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government. LG's life is good, the Permanent Secretary, and her team. Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport. Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, a supplementation of $97,033,000. I will now invite the Minister of Works and Transport to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Good evening, all. Good evening, Chair. The Ministry of Works and Transport is pleased to make ourselves available to answer any question under the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives this afternoon.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, be supplemented by the sum of $97,033,000. Member for Orpu Cheese.
Madam Chair,
Thank you, Minister, for the brief statement. Just a few small questions, please. I'm looking at page 23 of our note, 02-00228, and the Ministry is requesting a further sum of $11 million as part of outstanding payments on the 2021 fiscal. Could you indicate exactly how this $11 million is to be distributed, for what works completed and by which contractors depending on the works?
This is, thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this will help us to supplement the, under the Highways 28 vote. We did have some bills left over from the 2020-21 financial year, which will be taken up with this $11 million. It will be actually added to the vote to ensure that the program that was earmarked will be completed.
Undertake to provide a listing of the outstanding bills for the nature of the work. Mr. Imbert is waving to you, no, I'm speaking to the Minister. And the Minister has a responsibility. I can't understand why he's waving that way. Could you undertake to give a list of the outstanding payments per project and the list of contractors owing?
Through you, Madam Chair, I will try my utmost best to facilitate the request.
Before Monday.
Thank you. Could I go on? We have as well under zero, anything I ask what, say no? Under 02-00509, rent, lease, vehicles, equipment, $10 million. This is to meet the cost of rental of equipment to undertake additional clearing and desilting of water courses. Again, could you undertake to indicate to us the nature of these works, the outstanding costs or continuing costs, really?
It's under the desilting program, the 09, and it is to continue the desilting program for the financial year. It's just to supplement the vote again to continue with the desilting program.
And Minister, there's a related matter just below 02-00528, where there's a request of $9.3 million to facilitate the award of contracts. Is this the award of contracts for the next 4 months till the end of the fiscal 4.5 months for further works? Could you indicate the nature of those contracts and the areas in which the contracts will take place? As you know, Minister, to explain very briefly, you will be aware of some of the requests that have been made by all members of Parliament, and particularly we have written, our constituency have written to you concerning various water courses in the Penal Davie area, and we are very interested to know the identity of some of these projects that the supplementary monies will facilitate.
I will try my utmost best, Madam Chair.
On 06-00439, $66 million, $66.7 million. Could you explain briefly what is captured by operational cost as to the end of the fiscal?
Sure. Through you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we would all recognize that the COVID-19 pandemic would have put a severe strain on the airport because the airport would have been closed for quite a while. And even with the resumption of air travel, the amount of passengers coming through the airport would probably just be about 35%, back up to about 35%. So this is to supplement the operational activities of the airport.
Minister, could I ask again briefly, could you give us, since this is operational cost of the airport, the status of that project initiated some time ago for the machine-readable passport on entry?
I'm sure you, Madam Chair, that matter is before the court, so I would not be able to comment anything on that.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, be supplemented by the sum of $97,033,000. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, has been supplemented by the sum of $97,033,000. I thank you, Minister of Works and Transport, Madam Pierce, and your team. Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, a supplementation of $103,600,000. I will now invite the Minister of Housing and Urban Development to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development is responsible for the formulation and execution of the government's policy as it relates to the housing and urban development sectors. The ministry also acts as a facilitator for the implementation of these policies through its various units and affiliated agencies. Madam Chair, the affiliated agencies include the Housing Development Corporation, better known as the HDC, the Land Settlement Agency, better known as the LSA, the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Company Limited, better known as TTMF, the East Port of Spain Development Company Limited, the Port of Spain Shopping Complex, and the Sugar Industry Labor Welfare Committee. Madam Chairman, there are two main units which provide direct services to the citizenry from the ministry, and those are the Housing Program Facilitation and Implementation Unit, and this unit administers a non-refundable grant of $15,000 to eligible low-income households to carry out approved repair works to existing housing stock, and the Program Monitoring, Coordinating and Evaluation Unit, which has responsibility for the implementation of the Urban Upgrading and Revitalization Program through a $50 million loan agreement between the IDB and the Government of Trinidad and Tobago. With specific reference to the housing sector, the ministry and its agencies focus on increasing home and land ownership for eligible applicants through the Accelerated Housing Program, the Subsidized Affordable Mortgage Program, this Aided Self-Help Housing Program, the Housing and Village Improvement Program, and various squatter regularization and home construction subsidy programs. Madam Chairman, as I said, the ministry is also responsible for urban regeneration, which is essentially conducted through the East Port of Spain Development Company. Madam Chairman, we also have the Port of Spain Shopping Complex, which comprises the East Side Plaza and the New City Mall and number 43 Independence Square. And Madam Chairman, this goes a long way towards making our citizens more self-sufficient. Thank you, Madam Chair, and we are open for the questions. Myself and the Minister and the Ministry, the member for Laventil East Moba.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, be supplemented by the sum of $103,600,000. Member for Oropouche East.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Again, a few short questions for the Minister of Housing and Urban Development. The request to the committee is to approve $76.3 million, broken up as we have before us in the notes. On page 24. At 04000901, there's a request, which is probably the most significant request before us, for $67 million to enable the HDC to pay contractors for the provision of waste disposal, building maintenance, and janitorial services. Minister, could you indicate the list, the name of the contractors for which the $67 million will be used to pay, specifically for waste disposal, building maintenance, and janitorial services, and what outstanding sums are owed to those contractors for those 3 items?
Okay, just 1 second, please.
Sure. What do you say, Picala?
You want the list of contractors?
Yes. Million will be applied.
Okay. All Care Landscaping Company Limited, All-in-One Supplies and General Construction Limited, Almega.
Could you indicate whether it is for waste disposal or building maintenance or janitorial services as requested?
Well, it's a combination.
Combination.
It's a combination.
Sure, fine.
Almega Enterprises, Aman Construction Company Limited, Amditas Enterprises Limited, Andy and Liz General Maintenance Services, Antoinette's Maintenance Services, Ariel Newman Limited, Arturus Construction Limited, Avantgarde Construction and Services, BK Holdings Limited, Bass and Son Limited, BDMC Enterprise Limited, Benan Construction Limited, Bourgeoisie Home and Garden Center Limited, Brent Simon Construction Company, CJ Maintenance Company, CME Services Limited, Kashiko Limited, Chain and Saw General Construction and Maintenance, CompliServe Limited, Convenient Suppliers Services Limited, CoStar Transport and Construction, Critical Engineering Solutions Limited, DES Limited, D. Wilson Welding Works and Transport, Darwin Limited, DeBross Marketing and Services Company, Deep Down Grass Cutting, Diamond Bright Janitorial Services, DP Enterprises Limited, Dusty Limited, Environ Marketing Company Limited, Fine Choice General Contractors Company, Fitzroy Francis Company, Fraser Maintenance Services Company, Jellister Enterprises Limited, Genius General Contractors Limited, GNU Dimension Construction Company Limited, Good Vibes and Company Limited, GPR Developments Limited, Grandeur View, Granger Go Green Maintenance Services Limited, Green Hornet Landscaping and Drainage, Hannah and Pete Limited, Harry Pear General Construction Building of Drains Maintenance and Landscaping Company Limited, Ibis Holdings Limited, Ishfrank Beautifying Services Limited, J.C. Edwards Construction and General Services Limited, Jason Mills Contracting Services Company Limited, Gels Construction and Grounds Maintenance, John Jen Services Company, KIM Engineering Company, Clydon Enterprises Limited, KS Environmental Services Company Limited, Liqua Construction Services, MCE General Contractor Services, Mainstream General Contracting Limited, Maitland and Sons Limited, Mandes Building Maintenance Services, Marlon Mahadeo General Contractor, Maslow's Contracting Limited, Matura Company, MGM Construction Limited, Minx Rentals, Most Imperial General Construction Company Limited, MTS Limited, Nile Investment Limited, Nucor Security and Janitorial Services Incorporated Limited, O'Malley Construction Limited, One Soy Investments Limited, Patrick Gordon's Construction Limited, Pical Services Limited, Pilot Property Solutions Limited,
Honorable Member.
Profile.
Minister, I'm sorry, your time has expired. Member for Opuch East.
Yes, well, first let me thank the Minister for the good detail. Could I ask Minister now if you can just repeat it and put the amount of money per contractor? Because I had asked that initially, so you'll have another 5 minutes to maybe complete the list or put the sum, because it's about 40 or 50 the Minister is calling, and it would have been wise to indicate at one time the exact figure. So you could have another 5 minutes now to complete the list if the Minister so choose.
All Care, $281,250. All in One, $405,000. Almega Enterprises, $24,200. Aman Construction, $63,673.60. Amditas, $310,194. Andy and Liz, $15,486. Antoinette's Maintenance Services, $60,000. Ariel Newman, $443,531. Arturus Construction, $137,195. Avant-Garde Construction, $3,476,250. BK Holdings, $3,375. Bass & Sons, $531,900. BDMC, $403,593. Benon Construction, $1,278,315. Bourgeoisie, $48,397. Brent Simon Construction, $69,280. CJ Maintenance, $311,456. CME Services, $358,012.50. Kashiko, $128,812. Chain and Saw, $750,000. CompliServe, $404,396.94. Convenience Suppliers, $1,436,000. CoStar, $1,025,304.18. Critical Engineering Solutions, $397,800. DES, $100,910.25. D. Wilson, $18,000. Darwin, $190,000. DeBross Marketing and Services, $2,578,603. Deep Down, $1,328,850. Diamond Bright, $111,899. TP Enterprises, $307,392.75. Dusty, $271,000. Envion, $247,358.80. Fine Choice, $281,879.27. Fitzroy Francis, $10,172. Fraser Maintenance Services, $69,750. Jellister Enterprises, $1,193.
Minister?
1 million, sorry.
Your time is now spent.
Thank you.
Member for Opuchi.
Minister, and I really want to say for the record, I appreciate the fact that the Minister has the information at her fingertip and is so willing to share. But I'm extremely curious, Minister, and want to ask you, there are some outstanding companies that you may not have the time. Could you now inform us of the rest of the companies to make up the 67 million? Since that sum that you gave, I've been doing a quick maths when you were talking, and it didn't add up to $67 million. If you could tell us the other companies and the figures. Thank you. Since you have it at hand, I mean, there's no need to ask her writing. It's at hand, she has it.
Sorina's Maintenance and Landscaping Company Limited, $138,307. WaterTech Limited, $190,159. Ultimate Construction Services Limited, $113,645.25. Triple J Scavenging Transport Services, $393,210. Triple K Maintenance, $8,026,494. Trinidad and Tobago Landscaping Company, $2,599,903. Trinbago Landscaper Maintenance and Beautification, $911,250. Toshiba Water Solutions America, Inc., $434,511. Thomas Construction, $56,306. T. Blanc Home and Garden Maintenance, $296,250. Shore Serve, $923,062. Sultan Industries, $472,500. Spark Action Services Limited, $233,832. Southern General Limited, $514,282. Solid Construction, $91,182. Shiatsu General Contractors Limited, $596,996.57. Savitry Transport, $8,800. Roe Black Limited, $1,055,000. $1,055,391.96. Ramkissoon Mahabir Transport Company, $24,485. Progressive Cutters and Builders, $62,092. Profile Note, $17,325. Pilot Property, $1,486,320. Patrick Gordon Construction, $1,796,170. One Soy Investments, $35,775. KIM Engineering, $457,200. KS Environmental Maintenance Company Limited, $112,500. Liqua Construction Services, $886,500. Marlon Mahadeo $868,500. Mandates building maintenance, $2,717,000. MTS, $2,859,000.
Minister, the time is now spent. Member for Old Chief.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, again, my appreciation for the detail. Minister, the first question when I asked myself and my colleagues, heard you name the company Pical Services Limited, but when you were reading the figures, you inadvertently, I'm sure, left that out. Could you indicate the monies owing for Pical Services Limited?
Madam Chairman, I did not inadvertently leave it out. They asked for a list and all the names and the amounts, and I was giving that list as I had read it initially. If you wanted that, you should have asked for that from the very beginning instead of wasting our time.
Madam Speaker, with great respect, the accountability requires that we are interested in all, not just one. In fact, I have no personal interest in Pical or the principal of that company. But since you had introduced it initially, I'm wondering, could you now indicate to us the costing and the monies owed to
Member for
Pical?
Oropuch East, please don't take us all for fools in here.
Madam Speaker, could you please ask the Minister to conduct herself?
You conduct yourself. Okay.
I'm asking some simple questions.
All right. Members, it is now 9:11. Member for Oropuch, could you ask your question? Minister, if you have the information, you can answer. What is the question?
Could you indicate clearly the amount of monies owing for works by Pical Services Limited?
The amount of money owing to Pical Services is much more than we are going to pay because Pical Services has worked for the HDC for many years, and you should know because between 2010 and 2015, Pical Services worked for the HDC.
Madam Speaker, I'm on a line item. Could you answer?
I am answering. You can't tell me how to answer.
The Minister has 5 minutes.
Exactly. You can't tell me how to answer.
Minister of Finance. Please, at this stage, some of those statements are really not required. Please, not at this stage. Member of Finance, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, Pical Services has worked with the HDC since before 2010. And the member for Oropuch East was the minister between 2010 and 2015. So he's well aware that Pical Services worked for the HDC for many, many years. Anyway, Madam Chairman, Pical Services is owed a sizable amount of money, and they will be paid $2,400,828.75. Interestingly, Madam, they are going to be paid for work done. They are not raiding the Treasury for things that they did not do.
Another question. I would really like to move on. Minister, yes, this area of the rehabilitation and maintenance of HDC rentals and housing units, 12 million. There are outstanding bills for rehabilitation works on HDC rental apartments and housing units. Would the Minister care to likewise kindly indicate the identity of the contractors and monies owing for rental apartments and housing units to the tune of 300,000 to supplement the earlier allocation?
The amount, Madam, is $12,300,000, and this is to pay for rehabilitation and maintenance works conducted on various HDC apartments and housing units. The funds were released initially. Our original allocation was $8 million, and the additional funds will be necessary for the payment of outstanding bills and to meet contractual obligations on new projects and on ongoing projects. Madam Chairman, the outstanding debt at this time is $40,932,672 for remedial works on HDC apartments and housing units. And this debt covers the period 2017 to present. Madam Speaker, Madam Chairman, I do not have that list in front of me.
Madam Chair, could the Minister undertake to present in some detail, as the Minister kindly did earlier, the list of contractors and outstanding monies to be paid from this supplementary allocation?
We don't have it with us. If we can provide it before Monday, we will. If not, it will be provided subsequently.
Madam Speaker, on 00408, development of residential lots, the Petrotrin residential lots, could the Minister indicate the status of the preparation of lots for the former Petrotrin workers? I'll start there.
As at today's date?
Yes.
Certainly. At this point, Madam Chairman, the original allocation was $40 million. We're asking for an increase of $11 million. The expenditure to March 31st, 2022 was $21 million. There are 2,800 applicants. The number of eligible persons to benefit would be 1,400, because 1,400 have been disqualified because they already have an interest in land or a house. Madam Chairman, the areas are Glenroy 2, which is an estimated number of lots is 150, La Savane, 50 lots, Nurse Trace, 20 lots, Woodford Lodge 2, 620 lots, La Romaine 2, 450 lots, and at this point, on Tuesday, 10th May 2022, 38 lots, which is the first 38, were distributed to beneficiaries, and this happened on Tuesday, last Tuesday gone.
So, thank you very much. Could I ask the Minister to also indicate, if you have it at hand, as you kindly did earlier, the contractual obligations, the list of contractors and monies owing on these 3 sites identified in our particular note before us for this business?
Money's owing. Just 1 second, ma'am. Madam Chairman, we don't have any monies outstanding at this time. So the money that we have, because as I said, the original allocation was for 30 million. We have either spent or committed 40 million, sorry. We've either spent or committed the full amount already. And so this is to proceed with new work. So we do not have any money outstanding.
Could I then indicate if the Minister could enlighten the House on the nature of these contracts and the list of contractors for which you have contractual obligations and site maintenance as indicated in the explanatory note before us?
Of the contracts, Madam Chairman, is infrastructure and civil works, specifically at Glenroy 2. There are also contracts for water infrastructure, drainage, sewage infrastructure, and roadworks. And there is, in the La Savane and Nurse Trace Guayari area, the contract for pressure testing of the water infrastructure, and once this is completed, we'll get final approval from WASA. And all of them are
Sure.
the works of that nature.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the.
Because, sorry, Madam Chair, if I may, these sites are sites that are going to be prepared by the LSA to allow when we distribute the sites, they are ready for building.
Information. Could you just indicate for us now the identity of the contractors on these 3 sites?
What are the 3? RJB General Contractors Limited, General Earth Movers Contracting Limited, Millennium Holdings Limited, and Austin Rogers General Contracting Limited.
And would that be in the order you have it in the explanatory with Glenroy, Lesavan, and Nurse Trace? In the order you read the contractors? Per site?
No.
Oh, it's
These
not.
are the contractors for the sites that we have worked on. The first 3 are on the Glenroy site.
The first 3. And on the other 2
And the
sites?
RJB General Contractors is on the Lesavan site.
And on the Nurse Trace site is?
The Nurse Trace and the Lesavan is those RJB.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Finish? Member for Couva South.
Minister, with respect to 0400901 and that allocation of $67 million, in the list that you did not complete, is there a company by the name of Clydeon Enterprises Limited to benefit?
Repeat, sorry, can you repeat the name?
Clydeon, C-L-Y-D-E-O-N, Enterprises Limited.
Yes, it's KLYDON.
And what is the value?
$1,704,075.75.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Minister, in your opening remarks, you indicated or you alluded to, excuse me, the Sugar Industry Labor Welfare Committee. Could you or would you wish to inform this meeting as it relates to the the status of this particular entity?
Member,
so
is there an
not...
item, just now, is there an item that refers to?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, he just macroing generally.
Oh, come. Let's please. Members, I know sometimes we want to lend some levity to the process. Let's get on with it. Member for Orupuchi.
Madam Minister, on the line item 0400901, I know the Minister earlier read out a list in a couple parts because of the 5 minutes restriction on speaking. Could I ask the Minister to also undertake, since you would have read 2 or 3 times those lists, undertake to provide that in writing? Okay.
Member for Baratarisano.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm on line item 0400901. And when the Minister was giving her answer with respect to the direct question asked by Urupuchi East in relation to PCAL, the Minister said that $2 million would be paid to PCAL Services Limited, but they are owed much more than that. Can the Minister indicate, give an appreciation how much money is being owed to PCAL Services by the HEC?
I cannot.
I beg your pardon?
I cannot. I don't have that information.
Will you undertake to give us that information in writing before Monday?
I can't give that undertaking.
But
I may not be able to get it to you before
before
Monday.
The $2 million is what is comprising the $67
million. $67 million.
And that is what is before us. Member for Orupuchi.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. But my final question, is the Minister confirming, therefore, the information in a special branch report of PCAL being owed money?
48-1.
Okay, all right.
The question is that it took 2022 appropriation for Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, be supplemented by the sum of $103,600,000. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, has been supplemented by the sum of $103,600,000. Thank you, Minister of Housing and Urban Development.
You're welcome,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Minister in the Ministry. Thank you, Madam PS, and your team. Head 67, Ministry of Planning and Development. Ministry of Planning and Development, supplementation of $9 million. I will now invite the Minister of Planning and Development to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and it is indeed an honor and privilege to be invited to meet with the distinguished members of the Standing Finance Committee to discuss the proposals for the supplementation of the appropriation for fiscal year 2022. The principal mandate of the Ministry of Planning and Development is national development concentrated on 4 pillars, which are economic development, social development, spatial development, and environmental development. Madam Chair, the Ministry of Planning and Development continues to place the environment at the center of national development and is therefore strengthening the management of waste, in particular biomedical waste, continues to implement strategies to address climate change, and is developing an e-mobility policy. In this regard, the human resource capacity within the ministry and its environmental agencies is an imperative for the successful preservation and conservation of our environment. Madam Chair, the Ministry of Planning and Development continues to collaborate with its statutory agencies, which includes the Environmental Management Authority, and it achieves its objectives set out in our mandate of environmental development. Madam Chair, the Ministry of Planning and Development is here to seek a supplementary appropriation in the sum of $9 million. This supplementary appropriation is intended to treat with the payment of arrears of salaries and subsistence allowance to employees of the Environmental Management Authority for the period January 1st, 2013 to December 31st, 2015, in accordance with the Industrial Court judgment. Let me use this opportunity to thank my Permanent Secretary and my 2 acting Deputy Permanent Secretaries and the hardworking staff of the Ministry of Planning and Development. In closing, I would like to express my appreciation for this opportunity to provide these remarks, and I make myself available to answer any questions from my esteemed colleagues.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2020 appropriation for Head 67, Ministry of Planning and Development, be supplemented by the sum of $9 million. Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Minister, given that this is for payment of arrears of salaries and subsistence to employees of the EMA based on the Industrial Court judgment for the period 2013 to 2015, can the Minister indicate when this court matter was resolved? When was it determined?
It's made June 2020.
Thank you, Minister. Can you therefore indicate why it took 2 years between the settlement by the court before the arrears were resolved?
Well, it required us doing some calculation. I mean, it required some back pay, overtime and subsistence, so everything is now calculated and agreed upon.
Minister, is there any additional interest charges that would have been brought to bear as a result of the delay in making the payments of the arrears?
No.
Minister, is this a full and final settlement of those arrears based on the collective agreement?
Yes, and normally what we have to do is to work out all the individual members of staff, of which we would be dealing with about 275. So you have to work them out individually, as well as the percentages and overtime and back pay.
Minister, can you advise what was the cost to the AMA of defending this matter, and whether that cost is included in the allocation being provided here?
Okay, so I will allow the question if the cost was included in the $9 million. If that is answered, then I will allow the other question, depending on that answer.
Sorry, Madam Chair, this figure that I gave is strictly for the purposes of dealing with the matter before the court, as agreed to and instructed by the court.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 67 Ministry of Planning and Development be supplemented by the sum of $9 million. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 67, Ministry of Planning and Development, has been supplemented by the sum of $9 million. I thank you, Minister of Planning and Development. Thank you, Madam PS, and your team. Head 75, Equal Opportunity Tribunal. Head 75, Equal Opportunity Tribunal, a supplemental of supplementation of $2,427,500. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister of Finance.
Sure, you want me to do that? All right. Just 1 second. Madam Chairman, the Equal Opportunity Tribunal is a court of law that determines complaints and, where appropriate, penalizes offenders for discrimination, victimization, or offensive conduct.
Members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 75, Equal Opportunity Tribunal, be supplemented by the sum of $2,427,500. Member for Barataria San Juan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm on line item 00101, salaries and cost of living allowances. Minister, from this vote, is it that the commissioner, the chairman, and the assessors, their remuneration will be deducted from this particular vote?
Madam Chairman, the member for Barataria has managed to confuse us all. Could you repeat the question, please?
You don't even understand or you didn't hear the question.
Member.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll repeat for the benefit of the Minister. Based on this line item 00101, salaries and cost of living allowance, is this line item for the payment of the chairman and the assessors on the tribunal?
No.
Is it?
And you should know better. I said it was a court of law.
Yes.
That is a direct charge on the consolidated fund, and it is not appropriated. You should know that.
So these would be the persons on the establishment. And how many persons this would benefit, Minister?
Is it correct at 9? 9.
9 persons. Minister, there was an issue with respect to Ms. Vera Bajan. Has that issue been resolved?
Sub judice,
But I'm not going to allow that under
but it
salaries and
is
cost of
still
living
sub
allowance.
judice.
Member? Honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 75 Equal Opportunity Tribunal be supplemented by the sum of $2,427,500. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 75 Equal Opportunity Tribunal has been supplemented by the sum of $2,427,500. I thank the Minister of Finance and the Registrar of the Equal Opportunity Tribunal and his team. Thank you. You are relieved. Head 77, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries. Head 77, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, a supplementation of $120,040,800. I will now invite the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We at the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries are very pleased with the proposal for supplemental recurrent allocation in the amount of $120,040,800. This will assist with the continued operations on the ministry, as we are well supported, and I'm ready to proceed, Madam Chairman.
The question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 77, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, be supplemented by the sum of $120,040,800. Member for Cuba North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pleasant good night to the Honourable Minister and his supporting staff. Minister, in the appropriation bill, I'm referring to personal expenditure, agriculture, salaries, and cost of living allowance. This line item got a decrease of $3 million in the 2022 budget. Can the Minister advise if that was a matter of under-budgeting, or if it is that vacant positions have been filled, that this increase is now to pay for the filling of these vacancies?
Honourable Member, there was cut in salaries, and that in the last fiscal cut in salaries.
Honourable Minister, was it cut in salaries or cut in the allocation?
Cut in allocation. Cut in, yeah. Yes. Allocation. Sorry.
That's okay, Minister. It's late. So in the cut of the allocation, is it that all the salaries under this line item, based on what was budgeted for, would not have been sufficient, and that is why we have now this request for the increase to make up what is on the structure at present?
Sure. That's correct.
Honourable Minister, can you advise the number of staff for this line item and the number of vacancies?
Let's just check it.
Sure.
$1,037.
And the number of vacancies?
Yes. What is the vacancies? What is the vacancies? Total staff is 1,037, and the vacancy is 246.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Minister, can you advise if any of these vacancies are going to be filled during this financial year?
We fill any vacancy? Yes, they intend to fill them. Discussion taking place with the CPO and Director.
And how many of these vacancies we intend to fill in this financial year?
I will have to provide that for you.
Sure, Minister. Minister, if it is that there was a cut in the allocation under this line item in the budget, and we are now asking for additional funding to make up, and the staff count has remained the same from the previous fiscal year to this fiscal year, then this allocation that is being requested here will definitely not be sufficient to pay the current salaries within the ministry that this line item represents, because the cut was 3 million, and what we are asking for here now is only 1.8. So there is still going to be a shortfall.
All right.
Taking that plus what you have just said, that you intend to fill additional vacancies, is it that we are still under budgeting for the Ministry of Agriculture at this time?
Well, what we intend to do is to via from other votes to ensure that we take care of this.
And Minister, can you advise if the request was made for all the funding and this is what has been approved at this time?
Yes.
Okay, Minister, thank you. Moving on to line item 006, surveys and mappings, salaries and cost of living allowance. There's a request here for an increase of $1.2 million. Again, this line item in the budget received a cut of $1.25 million, and now the ministry is coming asking for an additional 1.2 to make up for that shortfall. However,
Madam Chairman,
can the
I ask a
minister
question,
advise
please?
if it is?
Madam President.
Can the
Madam Chairman.
minister advise the number of vacant positions under this line item, and if any of those vacant positions are going to be filled with this request for the increase?
The member keeps saying that there was a cut in the original budget. Could the member indicate the reference for that statement? Because I don't think that information is correct.
Read the books, you will get the answer.
No. I don't accept what you are saying.
You present the budget. You're supposed to know where you cut. You
what
have
you
been
are
cutting
saying is
agriculture every year
incorrect.
since you came. Quick to tell us to read our books. You read the book.
What you are saying is incorrect. You are misleading the Parliament.
Since you became Minister of Finance, you have been cutting agriculture.
Okay.
Misleading.
All right, let's get on with
What
it.
he was
Minister of Finance, Member for Kuvano. Let's get on with it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Honourable Minister, can you kindly advise if there are, how many vacant positions are there with respect to survey and mappings, and if this increase of 1.8 million is to facilitate filling of any of those vacancies?
We want vacancies, and just as before, we intend to look via money from other votes to assist
So, Minister, the request that the Ministry would have made to the Ministry of Finance with respect to fulfilling the financial requirements for this line item has not been fulfilled by the Ministry of Finance, and what you are saying is we will have to find the money by wiring from other places.
That's correct.
Thank you, Minister. Moving on to line item 010, Forestry, Salaries and COLA. This line item in the budget received a cut in the allocation, a decrease of $3.5 million from what was in the 2021 revised estimate versus to what was proposed in the 2022 budget. Now you are asking for a net increase in the media review of $3.582 million. Can you identify if this request is to fulfill the shortfall in funding for this line item, or if additional persons have been hired in forestry division?
There were no additional hiring, and the funding we have is sufficient.
This funding will be sufficient?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Minister. Moving on to animal production and health. Minister, under this line item, animal production and health, we have graduates coming out every year from the EKIAF campus. It have been churning out graduates with diploma in animal health, production, veterinary, public health every year, but there are no job opportunities for plenty of these persons graduate. And within this area, there are significant vacancies with respect to the technical staff. For example, animal health assistants, artificial insemination technicians, etc. Can you identify if any of these vacancies are going to be filled with respect to this increase that we are seeing here?
That will be accomplished in the next fiscal year, and the funding for this is sufficient so far, but that will be done in the next fiscal year, what you just asked about.
Thank you, Minister. We take your commitment to have these vacant positions filled so that the Animal Production and Health Division in the Ministry of Agriculture will then be outfitted with the resource that is required for it to efficiently and effectively execute their work. Minister, under this personal expenditure head, in the items that we have identified before with respect to agriculture surveys and mappings, agriculture where we would have the engineering, workers engineering division, etc., coming out there to do our site visit. I recall doing a site visit with the engineering division officers, and my staff was telling me that in conversation before, they identified that they have some significant short staff. This was a site visit when we were dealing with the bridge that collapsed in the Randy Carter Road, that connector from Felicity to Waterloo, and the Minister of Agriculture, the Minister in the Ministry, Avinash Singh, he actually came out with us.
Does somebody have a device that is causing a disturbance? I'll ask that person to leave the room, get their device under control, and they could return in 5 minutes. Okay, I know it's Friday, but it's a different kind of event that is happening in here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Minister. And Minister, when we conducted those site visits with the Minister and the Ministry, the Minister himself, you weren't the Minister, we had another Minister before you, but the Minister himself was highlighting some of the challenges faced within that division on the agriculture. And even my colleague, the MP for Caroni East, indicated the importance of having the Lalo Trace Bridge repair and several other bridges that assisted farmers in accessing their agricultural plot. But one of the challenges is that in the agriculture, because of, you said, 200 and something vacancies that we have there now, is that something that you intend to also address in the next financial year, so that...
Totally confused by the question, member. You know,
taking
I'm
what the
not sure
minister...
what you're asking. Okay?
What I'm asking, okay, if I may...
Madam Chairman, may I ask
Minister?
which line item we are dealing with?
That
Which
line item 0100201. Am I not correct?
Thank you. We are 001. Yes, 01. And Minister, can you advise us if it is that the ministry in this division, agriculture, the various divisions that fall under the agriculture that deals with the issues that I have identified, if they are sufficiently staffed at this point in time?
Which issues? Wait, 1 minute.
Madam Chairman.
1 minute, please. Member, I understood you to be asking about 0100201 concerning a bridge and so on. Under this is salaries and cost of living allowances. You had asked the minister if there were 200, how many vacancies? The minister said there were 246 vacancies. They intended to fill some of the vacancies this year.
And
Okay?
it's related to that, Honorable
Well, the
Chair?
question, whatever the question is, I'm sure I am confused because there was such a wide lead up. I am not sure what the question is. So could you condescend on the question so that the minister can understand, so that I can understand, and we could get on with the business here? That I don't know what the question is.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister, would you be able to advise us if it is the short staff at the ministry is preventing these works from taking place at this point?
Which line item is this? This is ridiculous.
Okay, Minister of Finance. Member, if you're under 01,
the staff at agriculture.
Agriculture, you have to ask about the division and not the ministry, because this is just dealing with that sub-item, salaries and cost of living under 00201.
And the engineering division will fall under this, right? The officers at the engineering division in the Ministry of Agriculture? Okay, Madam Chair,
Member for Chaguanas East, I'll allow you an opportunity to come back. You'll get, maybe you'll
Thank you, Madam
refine your
Chair.
question.
Madam Chair, 0100201, just seeking some clarification in terms of the minister's response. The minister indicated that the CPO will fill the vacancies in his response. So I'm just seeking clarification because the CPO determines salary. Yes, I'm aware of that, but the minister would have stated CPU. So the clarification is now given. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Member for Kuvadon, have any further questions?
Yes,
Please.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to refer the minister's attention to subhead 02, Goods and Services, page 63, under 01, Traveling and Subsistence. Can the minister advise how many members of staff receive a traveling and subsistence allowance under this line item?
80 staff members.
Sorry?
80.
80. And this increase, how many will receive a payment from this?
The funding we got for this is insufficient, and what we have to do is via funds from other votes to fulfill this obligation.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, can you advise if there are arrears, outstanding payment in this for officers at the Ministry of Agriculture that falls under this line item?
Yes, they are, but we're going to start paying out.
Can you advise what is the arrears at this time, the total?
We don't have the total right now, we have to provide that in writing.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, moving on to line item 04, electricity. This is a significant increase that is being requested here, $11.1 million, when the provision and estimate of 2022 was only $285,000. Can you explain for us the reason for this significant increase?
All the arrears, the previous years, all will be cleared and will be updated. Electricity.
Minister, with this increase here, will there still be any further outstanding arrears?
The answer was all the arrears will be cleared and we will be up to date. I know it's late and maybe we're not all hearing well, but that's what I heard the minister say. So, is there another question?
Madam Chair.
I would ask all
Yes,
members
Madam.
at this time to exercise the tolerance that they could find in every muscle in the body.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with respect to the telephone, also there is a significant increase there. Is that to pay any sort of arrears, or is that a new line item of expenditure, capital expenditure?
Goods. All arrears will be paid for the previous years and will be cleared up to date.
Minister,
Chairman,
in the
may I
last
come in here,
Standing
please?
Finance
May I come in here, please?
Committee of
Okay.
Minister, in the last Standing Finance Committee, on the 14th of October 2021, we asked similar questions, and your predecessor stated the ministry through the PS is very active in trying to manage telephone costs and reduce it using technology that is now available. The minister gave us the assurance that there would be no further arrears in the last Standing Finance Committee.
Not true. No minister would have given any assurance there will be no arrears. Where's the answer?
1 minute, please. Could we allow the member to speak? And if members wish, they can ask for the reference in the Hansard and then respond accordingly.
So,
Member.
making reference to the Hansard of what was said at the previous Standing Finance Committee
Minister.
on the 14th of October. Port of Spain North, can you show a little respect, please, for what we are doing? Thank you. Moving on to the Hansard of the 14th of October 2021, Honorable Minister. I asked the Minister, and I quote, Minister, for this line item of 2022 estimate, there is a 958,000, a decrease of 3.7, whereas the actual for 2020 was 7.2 million. That is some significant difference with the actual spend in 2020 versus what we are actually budgeting for in 2022. Can the Minister advise if this 11 million in arrears have been paid off or if there is still outstanding arrears? The Honourable Minister, the former Minister, Minister Clarence Rambarat, response was, the arrears, as I said before, the movement of the figures from 7 million to 4 million to the provision we made now represents reduction of the liabilities, which we met in 2015, and the figure represents an estimate that we have made in respect to what we are likely to incur in this fiscal year. What the Minister explained to us is that the arrears were paid off over the previous years from 2016, 17, 18, and that what was being budgeted for did not include any arrears. you are saying to us now that an additional $7.7 million in arrears just pop up for telephone. Something seems to be wrong there.
In an effort to bring an end to this, what the Ministry of Finance has done for the Ministry of Agriculture under the general rubric Goods and Services 02 is that we have provided an allocation for the Ministry of Agriculture in electricity, telephones, water, security, sufficient to clear off all arrears and to give them sufficient funds to take them to the end of the fiscal year. So that is what we are doing. We are providing sufficient funds to clear off all arrears in electricity, telephone, water, security, and give them sufficient funds to go to the end of the year. I hope that will end these questions.
Madam Chair.
Member for Cougar North.
Madam Chair, I heard what the Honourable Minister of Finance has interjected. I was just being guided by what the former Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries have shared with us here
Chairman,
in this
how could he be
House.
referring to something last year and the year before?
It is on the Parliament Hansard.
Minister of Finance. Minister of Finance. Okay, so Minister of Finance and Member of Cougar North, I think that matter is now settled. Can we go on to another line item if you wish? Member for Cougar South. Member for Cougar South, I know you love to assist me, but at this hour I really need no assistance. Okay, the only assistance I need is for members to do what they're supposed to do. Member for Cougar North, Minister of Finance, please. Member for Cougar North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to move on to line item.
Minister of Finance. Minister of Finance. Yes. Sucking of your teeth is not allowed. What you did? Okay. But it's not allowed? All right. Okay, good. Member for Cougar North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to draw the Minister's attention to line item 16, contract employment, where we are asking for an
allowed. Member for Cougar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to draw the Honourable Minister's attention to contract employment, where we are asking for an increase of $2.2 million. Can the Minister advise us what is the total number of persons employed on contract at the Ministry at this point in time?
There are 73 people employed. There's a shortfall in this allocation, and we have to via monies to fulfill this obligation.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Minister, can you advise how many contract employees were hired in this fiscal year?
As I told you, we had 73, but for this year, I will have to give you that in writing.
And can you also provide me with what contract positions were created in this financial year that were filled? These contract employment, is there any arrears for the persons on contract?
Corporate communication, legal, procurement, GIS, and IT. Is it?
Those were the divisions, the areas, the position, the contract position?
Yeah, these are them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Minister, moving on to line item 22, short-term employment. Can the Minister advise what is the total number of persons employed on short-term employment at the ministry at this point in time?
There are 91 short-term employees, and there's also a shortfall in this allocation, and we intend to wire monies to fulfill this obligation also.
Minister, can you advise us how many short-term employees were hired for this fiscal year?
Same as before, we'll have to provide that for you.
Minister, it was established that under this line item, short-term employment, this is where the pre-jail larceny squad is employed. Recently, we saw the pre-jail larceny squad having meetings with you to discuss their outstanding issues. Issues identified by the pre-jail larceny squad was things like outstanding overtime payments. Would you be able to advise us if it is that this increase that is being requested for the short-term employment line item of 3.2 million will be able to satisfy all outstanding monies owed to members of the pre-jail larceny squad?
Yes, it would. Yes.
Minister, would you also be able to provide us with a breakdown of the positions that are currently filled at the pre-jail larceny squad and what is vacant with respect to that squad?
Yes, I can give you that.
And would you be able to provide us also with the contractual relationship that these officers have with the ministry with respect to the terms of reference of engagement with officers at the pre-jail?
Also.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Minister, moving on to line item 23, fees. Can you provide us a breakdown of fees the ministry will incur up to September 30th, 2022?
There's a shortfall of 3,850,00, and we intend to request additional funding for this.
Would you be able to provide us with a breakdown of what these fees are?
Yeah, this is just for national flour mills. Just one item, it's national flour mills.
It's a payment to National Flour Mill.
Yes.
With respect to security services, sub-item 43, there's a net increase here of 10 million, from 500,000 to 10 million. Can the minister advise which company or companies are contracted for security services?
There are 8 security firms, but I don't have the listing of the names, but I know that there's 8 security firms. If you, I can give you a few. There's MTS, Delta, Imgen, PPL, Guardsman U, and UPSL.
Would you be able to provide us with the complete list in writing, with the firms and the amounts to be paid to those firms?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And Minister, can you advise when last has the ministry embarked upon a needs assessment to determine how much security services is necessary for the ministry?
Yeah. That is ongoing right now.
Any idea when it is going to be completed?
As soon as it's completed, they will let me know, and I will let you know.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Minister, with respect to line item 01, travelling and subsistence under forestry, can you identify how many members of staff at the forestry division receives travelling and subsistence allowance?
Approximately 100, and the funds are sufficient to cover these expenses.
Sorry?
approximately 100, and we have the funds sufficient to cover the expenses.
With this, will there be any further arrears being owed to the officers of the Forestry Division?
No, the funds are sufficient to cover the expenses.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I'd like to draw your attention to Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Line item 01, Caribbean Fisheries Training and Development Institute. With this increase of 2.033 million, can the Honourable Minister advise how many persons are employed by this agency?
Total staff of 55, and we have sufficient funds to cover this item.
Minister, with respect to 01, 02, and the Sugarcane Feed Center 04, the same question, if you would be able to provide us with the number of persons employed at those agencies.
At the Sugarcane Feed Center, we have 48, and the Caribbean Agriculture Research Development Institution, we have 31, and we have funds to cover all.
And are these persons employed monthly paid, short-term, or contract? Based on the figures, would you be able to provide us with that in writing, a breakdown?
Okay, it's monthly paid, and we will provide a breakdown.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, with respect to the Agricultural Incentive Program, can you advise on this increase of 7.7 million, which is stated to pay outstanding farmers' incentive for the period of 2020 to 2022? Can you advise what type of outstanding farmers' incentives are being owed?
This is to pay outstanding farmers' incentives for the period 2020 to 2022, and this will include the cost of packaging material, post-harvest equipment, agriculture equipment, etc. This will cover the payment for 890 applicants as of the end of April 2022. Additional funds will be requested.
Minister, would you be able to provide us with a breakdown of this payment in terms of who the payment is to be made to, for what purpose, and the amount?
I'll be able to provide you with any information you want.
Thank you very much, Minister. And is this incentive program paid by region, by district, by constituencies? Can it be categorized by constituencies in terms of the recipient of this incentive program?
By the regions.
By the region, so we can get a breakdown by the region. All right, thank you very much, Minister. I would appreciate that. And thank you very much for the support staff that is here. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for this opportunity.
Right. So, honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 77, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, be supplemented by the sum of $120,040,800. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 77, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, has been supplemented by the sum of $120,040,800. I thank the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, the Permanent Secretary, and her team. We now move on to Head 79, Ministry of Sport and Community Development. Yes. Head 79, Ministry of Sport and Community Development, a supplementation of $67 million. No, Minister? Yeah? I will now invite the Minister of Sport and Community Development. Now, I'm going to ask all members. We're on the second to last head. Okay, it is 10:15. Okay? So let's put our heads down. Let's exercise discipline, tolerance, and goodwill, and let's finish the job. I will now invite the Minister of Sport and Community Development to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Ministry of Sport and Community Development was created in 2020. It's a merger of the former Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs and the former Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts. And the whole intention is to empower communities and utilize sport as a tool to strengthen and to provide opportunities for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 79, Ministry of Sport and Community Development, be supplemented by the sum of $67 million. Member for Caroni Central.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Line item, sub-item 40, to the Minister of Sport and Community Development. How many contract officers will receive this benefit in respect of the $5 million allocation?
Madam Chairman, we have already paid 99 persons. We are looking to pay, right now we have 95 awaiting releases, and we hope to pay an additional 53 by the end of the fiscal year.
Line item 00904, in respect of the $62 million, can we have a breakdown of the amount of monies that we pay to MTS as opposed to SWAT Estate Police? Those are the two companies provided an explanation as to the payment of $62 million.
Madam Chairman, this supplemental allocation is for the payment of aged payables for services to the facilities under the Ministry of Sport and Community Development, but under our state enterprise 40T. And as of March 30th, we were looking at $45 million, $45.5 million in age payables. And at the Ministry of Finance, the estimation was made that by the end of the year, we would need an additional $20 million or $22 million or so to pay these bills. So this is not only MTS and SWAT. You're talking here about janitorial services, ground maintenance, WASA, TNTEC, all those age payables are included in this figure.
Madam Chair, we can only go in respect of the note before us, and it clearly states in English, MTS and SWAT Estate Police Company Limited. Can we have a breakdown then, or a commitment that the amounts of $62 million, the amounts outstanding, the amounts projected, and how it's broken down by the Minister, please?
Chairman, I would be more than happy to go through the figures with the member. For janitorial services, H payables up to 30th September 2021 was $13,478,686.62. That's up to September 2021. When you look at what's outstanding up to March 2022, that's an additional figure of $20,879,401.45 as it relates to landscaping. By September 30th, we were looking at $1.696,725, and at March 2022, an additional $2,425,457.98 as it relates to technical maintenance. What was due at the end of September 30th, 2021 was $20,783.28, and at the end of March, an additional $48,495.32. For security, or H payables at the end of September 2021 was $10,477,561.78, and as of March 2022, an additional $15,785,173.97 for T and Tech, or H payables as of 30th of September 2021 was $5,119,391.52, and as of March 30th, $5,101,789.85 for WASA at the end of September 30th, 2021, where H payables was $1,302,766.13, and as of March 2022, $1,216,384.94.
Can the Minister indicate after this allocation is made today, if there will be any arrest, any of those entities that the Minister has identified?
We don't anticipate that, because the figure that we're requesting brings us to March 2022, and of course we can't foresee in the future, but we can estimate based on what the estimates had been before, based on what the bills had been before, and we think that that would take us safely to September 30 at the end of this fiscal year.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 79, Ministry of Sport and Community Development, be supplemented by the sum of $67 million. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 79, Ministry of Sport and Community Development, has been supplemented by the sum of $67 million. I thank the Minister of Sport and Community Development and for PS and the team. Head 80, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts. Head 80, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, a supplementation of $20 million. I will now invite the Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The maximum amount of brevity. The Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts is mandated to provide policy and strategic direction for the tourism, culture and art sectors in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 80, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, be supplemented by the sum of $20 million. Member for Point of View.
Thank you. Minister, you're asking for $20 million to pay off a principal payment. When is this principal payment of $100 million due to be paid off?
This year.
What time this year?
June of this year.
June of this year. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2022 appropriation for Head 80, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, be supplemented by the sum of $20 million. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 80, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, has been supplemented by the sum of $20 million. Thank you, Minister of Tourism. Thank you, PS. Honorable members, the question is that the appropriation for fiscal year 2022 be supplemented by the sum of $3,081,703,900. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The appropriation for fiscal year 2022 has been supplemented by $3,081,703,900. Honorable members, please note that the debate for the adoption of the committee's report will take place on Monday, May 16, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. This meeting of the Standing Finance Committee is now adjourned. I wish all members a safe journey home and a good and restful weekend.